Good afternoon. Today is Tuesday, the 9th of the 9th day of the 9th month. That's September the 9th, 2025. If you are born in the month of September, we want to wish you a happy birthday. Most of you will be considered Leos. The lion-hearted, that's the September folks. They don't play. So if you fall under the star of a Leo, you are the lion or lioness. We had a very interesting topic yesterday on the appointment of Mr. Stikwa. Today we are going to be going back, way back. We are going to describe Liberia as it used to be. So today we're going to start on an intellectual level. We are going to look at Liberia literary history before we go into the politics. This one is entitled Writing from Liberia, a brief introduction to the nation's literary legacy. Do you know that Liberia has produced some of the best writers in Africa? If you are a modern day student in the Republic of Liberia, you are not privy to literature in detail. But Liberia had some of the literary giants in Africa. So if you have not delved into literature, then your life is not fulfilled, is not full, your education sojourn. Let's go back to this. This is written by Jeremy Ted Khan. A lifestyle reading time is about 10 minutes if I can read fast. I will slow down so you can appreciate Liberia's literary power. And this was published by the Liberia Investigator August the 6th. Great piece of work. It reads, the inception of serious literary writing in Liberia can be traced back to Edward Wilmot Blading's seminal work, Christianity, Islam, and the Negro Race. Published in 1887. Before the 1950s, the most prominent creative writers in Liberia were politicians or members of the elite class, descendants of free slaves who had returned from the United States after the abolition of slavery in 1865. A few of them included Daniel B. Warner, H. Carey, Thomas Edwin Barclay, and others. Barclay wrote Liberia's earliest known collection of poetry, Leaves from the Love Garden. This was followed by A. Doris Banks' collection, Poems of Africa, Poems of Liberia. They used their identity as Liberia's elite class and their stories of what it means to be an American Liberian to inform their writings. Liberian literature began to reflect the lives of ordinary people, the natives. With the arrival of B.T. Moore and Wilton Sankawolo, two of Liberia's most renowned writers known for exploring the culture and tradition of the Liberian people. B.T. Moore, a poet and novelist, was among The first to do so, Mo was born in Gola Town or Dimmet, Bomi County. He obtained a degree in agriculture from Virginia Union University in Richmond, Virginia, United States. Back in Liberia, he worked for many years with the Liberian government. He held several positions related to culture, education, and tourism, both locally and with UNESCO. He also founded Liberia's National Cultural Center, that's Baltimore. He was born 1916. He died 1988. Literary debut came with an anthology, Ethos from the Valley, established the mark of Liberia's centennial Independence Day. The anthology was edited by Roland. After being included in the Ethos from the Valley anthology, Mo went on to become one of Liberia's most celebrated writers. His works, widely taught in Liberian schools, portrayed the life of indigenous Liberians and were published in numerous anthologies both within and outside the Republic of Liberia. Vivian Edwards, a former professor at the University of Liberia, described Mo's work in this way, and it reads, "To read Baltimore's work is to better understand the common people, what they feel, what they wear, what they eat, how they speak, and how they think." Another Liberian literary critic and short story writer, Robert H. Brown, in his analysis of Mo's poetry and prose, wrote, "Mo's work demonstrates a full embrace of the concerns, suffering, style, and even language of the masses around him, but even more occasionally slips into the tendency of placing the language of the elite in the mouths of workers and peasants, the very masses who are the central characters in most of his work. A good example of this can be seen in his novellas, Murder in the Cassava Patch, The Money Doubler. In these works, there are honest attempts by Baltimore to faithfully capture the language and sensibility of the masses against the backdrop of Western education and Western lifestyle. Mo's work returned and remained widely read in Liberia, though only marginally outside the country now. He passed away in 1988, a year before the outbreak of the Liberian Civil War. His most well-known poems were included in a selection of African poetry in 1988, edited by Kojo Sinanu and Theo Vincent. His books, Ebony Dust, published in 1962, a collection of poems, and Murder in the Cassava Patch, published in 1968, and novella, remain the most significant work written by a Liberian writer before the war. Like Baltimore, Wilton Sankawolo, 1937 to 2009, the first Liberian graduate of the prestigious Iowa Writers Workshop, was a renowned writer and statesman. This is Wilton Sankawolo. His work focused on rural Liberia, and his deep understanding of Liberian culture is reflected throughout his short stories and novels. Sankawolo published several books beginning in the early 70s. He released one of Age of Wisdom and Other Tales, a collection of Liberian stories, in 1974. His best work, and Something All End at Night, was published in 1979. Other notable works include Why Nobody Knows. Birds Are Singing, 2010, was posthumously published 2010. That's after his death. Sangalolo also served as the internal leader of the Liberia from September 1, 1995 to September 3rd. He served as the interim leader of Liberia from September 1, 1995 to September 3rd, 1996, as chairman of the Council of State, the collective presidency of the Liberian National Transitional Government. He died in 2009. Baltimore and Sangalolo monopolized Liberia's literature and the literary scene from the establishment of the Liberia Association of Writers, LAW, which helped foster a new generation of writers and thinkers. The work of Baltimore and Sangalolo captured the feelings, thoughts, and everyday experiences of ordinary people, their love lives, struggles, and triumphs. Other contemporary writers in Liberia included Kona Kasu, James Emmanuel Roberts, Ophelia S. Lewis, who each published collections of poems, short stories, and novels. Lewis' work includes Heart, Men, The Diary of a Virgin, and other. Let me welcome the Honorable Pewee. This is within your scope, sir. We are talking about literary writing. We're talking about thoughts, critical thinking. We're talking about putting pen to paper. Those who were born way before us, Honorable Pewee, miss this part of Liberia, the literary giants. So for those who think that the closing argument is all about arguing about politics, we are talking about Liberia in its heydays. We were great literary men.
Oh, yes.
Baltimore and Sangalolo, two of the greats in Africa.
Yes, these were very, very, very. They play a very significant role and very deep role into the culture of writings in Liberia. Don't also forget the late Professor Jones Dopoh. He wrote folk music also and the rest of that. He was one of those that also contributed, and part of his contribution was also in music and the rest of that. Yeah, so Wilton Sangalolo and Baltimore and all these people play a very, very major role. And I don't know why you have to bring them up today. That's a very good thing to just share a thought on them. Particularly this famous nobody knows when they will die. It's very strategic, and it is indeed true, right? And if I read most of the script, sometimes I take time to read about it, what Shakespeare said about death, and sometimes, and exactly what Shakespeare said, and some of that was also in his writing. But what Shakespeare said about death, that the only time we get reminded of death until it comes so close.
Mm-hmm.
Then we get reminded and get scared, and immediately after the activities finish and other things, we move about again on our own real activities and just forget again. It's about, but it's something that we shouldn't actually panic about, because it's the inevitable end, and he justified that even it's one of the best things to happen to a man in Shakespeare's thought. So imagine when you are asleep sometime, deep sleep, wherein the kids interrupted your sleep by some unruly activities, then you get angry about that. Sometimes you discipline, reprimand them for that. Imagine, so sleep, death is the fast seen bird to sleep. He said, death, you won't be interrupted. No one will interrupt your sleep. No one will interrupt anything, all those things. So, but it's a very good thing sometimes to listen to these things and read them, and they also, what it does is it sharpens your intellectual ability, and it also deepens your analytical skills. Is very important. It's profound that we will take some time to do that, and it will also help the process about it allows and other things. It's good in academia. It's very important, but they play a very major role that we have to record. And yeah.
Well, we are talking about, if you didn't know, if you were born recently, within the last 20, 30 years, this aspect of Liberia passed you. There were, at one time, there were men and women in the Republic of Liberia who were literary giants, thinkers, that put us on the map in Africa and on the world map about who we are as a society and as a people. And if you are in Liberia, and if you have never read about Baltimore, then our education system have not done you justice. Let's look at the crux of one of Liberia's best, Baltimore, murder in the cassava patch.
Yes.
It said the crux of Baltimore murder in the cassava patch is a murder mystery and a commentary on traditional Liberian society, where the central themes around the society have been doomed and doomed relationships. It talks about taboo and incest, the taboo of incest, the societal pressure of domestic slavery, hypocrisy, and the clash between tradition and modern culture in the mid-20th century Liberia. The story is based on actual events and explore the complexities of human relationships in society and society change. This is a story that passes everything. He talked about our traditional folks. We talk about the taboo of incest. Then he also talked about the native people sending their children to live with affluent people in the city, and they call that domestic slavery. He addressed that in his theme poem. And then he talks about hypocrisy, because in the sense of Christianity, Muslim, and all of that, he talked about the hypocrisy of who we say we are as men and women of faith. But we do some of the most heinous things. That's the hypocrisy of organized religion. He tied all that into that. How can we say we are our brother's keepers and you treat them the way you do? You kill them in some instances for either jobs, promotion, or competition. Yet and still, we do these things on Saturdays and Fridays, and then Sunday we go to church. We do these on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and Friday we go to the mosque. He said that's hypocrisy. And the difference between our native culture and the Western lifestyle, he said there is a cultural clash. This is heavy, Mr. Pewee. This is within your purview, like I said, and this is something that we have to delve into this. If you were Minister of Education or somebody in government, would you recommend that literature or civic be brought back into our classroom, mandatory?
Absolutely, and I think I don't know the reason, but it was not totally removed. Like literature is still part of the curriculum. There was a time I think during the late that the former Minister of Education just contested the past elections sometime in Liberia. Joseph Kotu, there was a revision of the curriculum of our country, and this debate about what to exclude and what to actually include in the curriculum, because we needed to, and I there was a debate that I also did agree to that thought process about there's a need now to, as we move after the time changes, we have to live in conformity with changing time. And I agree that absolutely we do have to live in conformity to ancient time, because the more that we progress and we move forward in modern society times, there's a need to basically reflect on very critical pieces of writings that do literature and the rest of that. But again, it is a difficult and very, very unfortunate issue that at the time they have to remove our civics from our curriculum. And when teachers, particularly those teachers, that there's a particular teacher that told me before, even during his lesson plan, in terms of social study, he will always try to merge the both, right, and then blend some level of civics material. So sometimes he develop as a soft topic, if you will, so to enhance his teaching capacity, so that kids always basically understand this. I don't know at a certain point in time what was the reason of removing civics. Civics are very pivotal, a very major component of our curriculum. There's a need to really have civics in hand with that of history, because history is going to teach us uh, not only contemporary history, but we have to contextualize the issue of broadening that process of Liberian history, African history, West African history, global history. Uh, but civics will basically teach us about government and the structure of government, and that is very important. Every child from the first grade will now have to prepare. I did civics. I learned civics coming up, but unfortunately, at a certain point in time, they try to remove it from the curriculum. I think that is not a good thing. So there's a need to really do that, and I do agree with you that the debate on developing our national curriculum, we have to bring things that will be part of the modern society we find ourselves today. It will enhance that of thing. Now, is it that we have to remove certain things in the curriculum and add certain things to it? Are we preparing to say that kids shall have to do all this subject matter, but there's a need to understand particularly the structure of our government and the governance issue, and that's one of the reasons today even some of our lawmakers that are representing people, they don't really have very good understanding of the structure of government and governance. It's a very, very sad thing, and many of our students, many of us Liberians, don't even recite or say the pledge of allegiance and that of the national anthem very well. So, I mean, the civics will compare us to learn these things. We prepare our kids to understand the national enzyme of our country, the flag, what the flag is meant, who pushed the flag, what all those 11 straps are meant for, what's the Lone Star is for. So we do take time to learn those things. There's a need for a national debate. So that would be a national legislation that will have to be in the curriculum of our country. It should not be, there should be no time of debate, even our lifetime. If we are gone, our children's lifetime, great moving forward, it should be there in the history to teach Liberian the structure of Liberian government and all of things. It's a strange thing sometimes you see folks that we expect to know certain things about government when you know those things about government and all those things. So it's important. And that's why quickly the Constitution of our country, Article 10 of the Constitution is also asking that the very Constitution be taught across the country. It's in Article 10, and that has not been done. And the government should show that the teaching of the Constitution, right? So I think there's a need for this debate. Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Henry Peabody. I'll go to him before I go to this young man because I don't want to put him on the spot.
I'll be back, but let me check for our guest speaker. I'm still checking. Our guest for the night. Let me check.
Okay, check for the guest. Young man, Mr. Kromah, what do you know about Liberian literature?
When you say Liberian literature, what do you mean?
Sylvester.
You Liberian literature, Liberian, you didn't have a Sangawolo, you didn't have a Baltimore, you didn't do that in first grade, second grade, you didn't hear about those people?
No, the Liberian literature, I know that there are a lot of books when it comes to you said
Okay. Name. Did you do literature in high school when you were coming up? Your school, were you privy to classical education?
of course I did, Mr. Gayman. I
Okay.
did.
Okay. Name some of your top writers of the past in Liberia, and the work that put them on the stage. Name me one of those literatures
Well, it's been a while, but the most famous book that I know that I read was Murder in the Cassava Patch.
Okay.
I read.
Look at your phone now. I know you pull out. Keep looking at your phone. Tell us what.
My phone, Mr. Gayman. Why you always? How will I be on the side and looking at my phone?
Okay, let's talk about Murder in the Cassava Patch. That's a great one. Go ahead. But we are talking about some great men and women, and I understand we cannot hold you guys to the same standard when we didn't have wars, we didn't have the kind of conditions that you got to learn on us. So we have to give you guys a lot of credit for making it out of there. But when we were growing up, it was the heyday of Liberia, I can say, where everybody was competing to be the next intellectual in all of these disciplines, and we were able to do those on a normal, what we call normal circumstances. You guys were able to basically self-educate. When you guys were in school, things were hard. Things were difficult.
When you said things were hard, what do you mean, Mr. Gayman?
You got it. You were not privy to, we say, peace and tranquility that we had. I don't think you were privy to all the Peace Corps, international learners, teachers that came from all over the world to teach at a different high school. We have access to everything else that had to do with classical education. Some of you came out during the tough days. So we gotta give you guys credit. You did it. No matter what the circumstances where you did it.
Again, good to be here. I will just respond to that in 30 seconds. But I've been having something in mind that I just wanted to share. I thought is what is all about. Let me just respond to that. For me, I did my secondary education area. So when you say we didn't have the opportunity that you guys had, I think we have a very strong educational system in Liberia. And when you leave from there, you come to other country, that's when you get to realize. So what do I mean? You go to school, you're doing so many subjects in a day. For example, at a high school level,
okay. I did the weather.
you do 12 different subjects. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
You are frozen on screen, but yeah, go ahead.
Good. So at the high school level, you do about 12 subjects or something like that. You go to school in a day, you have mathematics, instructor coming to you in class. After that, literature, in the next will be English. In a day, you go into about 4 different subjects. But when you leave Liberia, Mr. Gayman, you come to other country, for example, where I am right now, you will have to do one course for 2 good weeks, just on one course. You could.
You gotta fix your internet.
Yeah, your internet is actually breaking in. It's frozen. Let me welcome Myean Tobin, the man from Nimba. Young man, how you doing there? Wow, it looks like the internet is not going to cooperate today. But anyhow, we have several subjects. We have a guest. If the guest doesn't show because we are having issues, we talk about Liberia weak tax system that made it easy as an easy target for scammers and squanderers. We also talk about Ngafwan reject University of Liberia $500K appeal called a request of budget spending. The Liberian National Police arrest 6 in Ganta in separate charges in 2 in the motorcycle theft issues. We covered that. And in Bond County residents demand transparency over $280,000 spent on presidential palace. We covered this briefly. $280,000 on renovation. We'll cover that. That's a lot of money. Is it worth renovating for that much, or you could build a brand new palace for $280,000? That's the issue. I have not heard from this young man in a long time, but the former commerce minister urged a shift from aid to trade. That is former commerce minister. Say we should not depend on aid. We should not be traveling around the world looking for aid. We should now switch to trade. The GAC shows the Garguah cut undocumented spending, yet spend more on documented money. Geez, Liberia. Then we are going to fact check claim made by the former Finance Minister, Mr. Pewee, Honorable Pewee, about road and electricity financing under the George Weah government. We will fact check that and see, because he said that most of the projects now being taken over by this government were fully funded or in negotiation for full funding. We will see whether there's some validity to that. LTA chairman Kamara was released on bond amid corruption charges. Wow. He was out, then he's back in. The LTA commissioner Abdullah Kamara, rearrested yesterday, is now being released on bond. Those are things we will be discussing. Foreign Affairs Assistant Minister resigned after suspension after alleged insubordination. What is going on at the foreign ministry? This is Mr. Pewee.
Yeah.
You're going to earn your money this week. Everything is happening at the ministry there. She claimed that there's something called parallel functions. And I know this because I'm in administration. When the guys don't like you and your boss or the CEO or the owner of the company likes you and they don't like you, basically they put you in an office with your title and nicely decorated office, but your function, they divide it among other folks, and basically you are there to frustrate you to quit. She said the Minister of Foreign Affairs have created a parallel office as evidenced by her exclusion in major deals, trips. That's heavy.
Absolutely, and listen, I served in that ministry before. Sometimes some ministers will move to do that, and where they will blatantly and intentionally usurp the function of their existing ministers, believing that they are the minister, they are the boss, and the president going to listen to them. And listen, I wouldn't side brush her statement. Is serious. The assistant minister for international organizations is tasked with the responsibility of doing many things. Right, you tax with all of the multilateral institution organizations, all organizations globally. You tax to coordinate with them, effectively coordinate and ensure that Liberia role with these organizations are intact, and you attend those necessary international meetings, conferences, and the rest of that, in terms of adequately representing the country. It's absolutely true. That office is also responsible for this time, the General Assembly. She's the person that's going to get all of the basic portfolios, all of the updates as to how the General Assembly going to go to furnish the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I'm told that she has not been in the know of most of those things. She has not been kept up to date with happenings. Basically, those are the United Nations with maybe just directly inform the Minister of Foreign Affairs. That is not the way to go about it. The Assistant Minister for International Organization is appointed to assist the Minister of Foreign Affairs in said direction, and that's why that assistant minister does not necessarily report directly to the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. That assistant minister will report to the deputy minister of international cooperation and economic integration. So I'm deeply concerned, and it's not a good time to have to see the way all of her lamentation. She lamented a lot of things, and I believe that if her function was being used soft, and then you want to allow her perform the role, it's quite unfortunate. I don't know about the outburst on the minister, but I think something may have triggered that. The constant humiliation of her office, not allowing her to perform her role and all those things. I think it's a troubling development in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If you see folks behaving that way, ministers that only want to allow their deputy or assistant ministers to perform their fiduciary task, it's a problem. And I'm one person that I think leadership of the country will always have to speak to these things. If we're in the leadership, and in many cases, the assistant minister will be the victim, will be the sacred cow, if you will, because if you complain, no one's going to listen to you. If the minister complain, then they take the side of the minister in many cases, right? But I don't think Minister Karishma issue about what she stated and all those things, because if the assistant minister, like the assistant minister, when I was in the ministry during the days of Minister Ben Sanvee family, he allowed all of the ministers and deputy ministers, assistant ministers to perform their individual tasks, if you will, right, in terms of the role you have to play. But when he left, when from other ministers came, there was serious problem. Myean and most of the assistant ministers and deputy ministers, that Myean and his deputy of foreign affairs, they were not even on speaking terms. Imagine, they were on speaking terms. Eventually, very late, almost the end of the regime, like less than a month to the regime, the president fired the foreign minister Heron Fofana and all those things. But what she stated, part of the reason, is sad. So you cannot appoint young people in the capacity to perform their fiduciary responsibility and their statutory responsibility, if you will, and then you don't want to allow them to exercise those authority, the position assigned to them. It's quite unfortunate. And again, if folks believe that, okay, the most of the excuse minister will use, if the person is saying, I will resign, and I will resign, I will resign, I will resign. I think, but beyond that, I was thinking about measuring that Jerome today. There are more deeper things unfolding inside the Bwaka cabinet or inside certain areas. The foreign ministry is one of those areas. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Vice President, they are along ahead. There are some issues unfolding. Our inside story, the TCA learned that there's some level of personal issues unfolding between both, even the Karishma situation. Yesterday, the Vice President, we informed, the TCA is informed also from sources inside the Foreign Ministry and the Vice President office, that the Minister of Foreign Affairs was invited by the Vice President to discuss this Karishma issue. I think the minister didn't really, he wanted, because the intent of this was for the president that instructed that he dismissed the assistant minister. That's what we told from our sources reliably, that the assistant minister should be dismissed. But the Vice President thought to do some intervention, impacted or sacked the Minister of Foreign Affairs. They met yesterday, they had a discussion, but it was fruitless. And then the minister didn't want to see the way forward to reconcile with the assistant minister. And then the Vice President, instead of the president dismissing, I think the Vice President may have intervened, asked the president that, okay, she's going to resign. That's one of the reasons. But the president have instructed to dismiss this assistant minister, and now that unfolded. But there's this bad blood between the Vice President, we told, allegedly, that the Vice President and that of the Foreign Minister. That's a problem. Also, there are deeper issues still unfolding. From the Ministry of Finance perspective, there are certain people in the government, in the legislature, the Vice President, the Senator, allegedly we told also from a reliable source that Senator Prince Moy, the Chairman of Ways, Means and Finance of the Liberian Senate, and the Vice President really want to see the current finance minister out. They find means to send him to the foreign ministry. And I think they're trying to put some pressure on this current foreign minister. I think they're trying to push her out of take extended leave. You know, her husband is not doing well in Morocco. He's in Morocco. Our sources also inform us, and she's saying that you know, she's a cancer survivor. She want to put some time and focus on all those things. So there's serious things unfolding behind the scene about in this area. The vice president, the foreign minister, not cool. Now in the finance ministry also. There's this quickly, it's important, there's this issue that the guys are trying to, there's a problem in the Ministry of Finance. Prince Moy, you know, recommended the Deputy Minister for Administration at his board. The Vice President also brought in two of the deputies, Myean and that of Dopoh. The principal deputy for fiscal affairs is Myean. Okay, but so there's some problem in the ministry, and we also told reliably that there was some letter written to the finance minister demanding certain cash, but folks also around the presidency that the minister didn't do. So there's this deep tension that we receiving that's causing these things also. So there's a lot of problem, Gayman, that is currently. So I'm afraid there is very soon be some, before the end of next year, serious problem with things. So I wouldn't be surprised also between now and moving forward if the Minister of Foreign Affairs will also resign or ask for extended leave of action as reasons she will give, probably to be with her husband in Morocco or to take care of herself and all of things. But there are a lot of trouble unfolding within the cabinet. And the folks really want to see Gap out of the Ministry of Finance. They believe that it's a threat towards because they are harboring this, they're building this plan to prepare the vice president for the presidency. They believe that Garguah will be a threat to that. That's their belief, because Garguah himself is nourishing some presidential ambition and all those things. So our sources from both side of from president, vice president office and the Ministry of Finance having all informed that these things are unfolding, and they may impede the effective function of the government moving forward if the president does not intervene.
Excellent. Let me welcome Mr. Victor Nagbe. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. It is good to be here with you.
Original hits that.
Okay, I think our guest is in studio, Mr. Sylvester Pewee. It is good to be on stage with you again. Thanks for that background. I was in there back trying to get connected. I was listening to you, quite an education on the what's going on within government. But it's good to be here with you. Let me also say what's up to our audience here. Thanks for joining us. As always, do share the show, please. But it's good to be here.
Great. We got
so let me say quickly, if I may comment on the foreign ministry thing. I think the foreign minister is she might be a victim of some of the forces that my brother, Sylvester, is outlining. That is not debatable. But I think she is also not. She's having. I think she's struggling trying to. She's struggling trying to first. I think this is, if I'm not mistaken, and again, she's my friend. I know her. We're from Cardinal. We hang out. But I think this is her first major foray into government, and I think she's learning the nature of the beast. The infighting. The clawing. At each other. The crab syndrome. All of these things. They exist in government, and I think she is finding out. I think the hard way, if I should say that. But also, I think she needs to. I'm wondering whether she has been able to gain a complete foothold of the ministry. There are a lot going on in that ministry. I know it's a big ministry, but look, she was a part of this scholarship thing. I don't know how she got involved. That scholarship scandal, it wasn't good at the end of it. Matthew Yemplu from the information ministry ended up, falling on the sword of that. Now this minister, I'm hearing people are debating whether Minister Gray, a long time career diploma, I mean, I need to work great from Garrett Matthews time way back. She's been in the ministry like forever. But it looks like she may be having some issues, and it looks like her going to represent the government ECOWAS may not have been her first choice. So, Sarah, Minister Beslow, she's a good person, but I think she needs to pay a little bit more attention at home. I know she's on a diplomatic offensive internationally, but it seems to me there's a lot brewing underneath her at the ministry. So I think she needs to give it a little bit more attention. I know she's the boss, so everything that comes out of the ministry, she represents the face of the ministry. But I worry that there may be things going on within the ministry that she may not be paying much attention to. And for some weird reason, they have the tendency of playing out in the public and making her look bad. So to what extent she's aware of these things, I don't know. But I just hope that she will try to balance out, her internal as well as she is doing externally, but the what is happening internally doesn't really look good for her. I gotta say that. Now you put that on top of what my brother Sylvester is saying, you have a hostile working environment. And I don't think Sarah is the kind of person the minister, Mr. Beslow is the kind of person who condones, she's a very peaceful, she's a pastor, for Christ's sakes, so she's not the kind of controversial, combative, if I may say. But what is coming out of the ministry doesn't look good. Before I put it down, I don't know whether it's by choice. I haven't talked to my friend Boyman yet, but Boyman was also at the ministry. He went there along with the minister. We're all friends, but he was in charge of the diaspora affairs. He's not in Morocco. He went to work with another friend of ours, Ambassador Johnson, Fire Johnson, who I understand is the president. So, but it just seems to me like too many people are in a hurry to get away from the proximity of the minister. I think that's the general point I'm trying to make.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. We got two breaking news from the international scene. One is right underneath our noses. The wife of the former president of the Republic of the Ivory Coast, Simone Gbagbo, is scheduled to run against the former sitting president, Ouattara. And the Ivory Coast is upside down.
The former sitting president or the current president? The
former president's wife, Simone Gbagbo, is going to run against the present president, Ouattara.
Okay.
So Ouattara banned Gbagbo from running, but he forgot that Gbagbo has a wife. He should have banned both of them. So Gbagbo's wife went through the back door and he said, "My husband was banned from running, but hey, I'm running." So that Ouattara said, "Hey man, what kind of tea I got in these people's head?" So Peabody, Nagbe, that's number one. And the second one is Ethiopia today dedicated the largest dam in Africa.
Yes.
Totally funded by the Ethiopian. No money from the international community, no money from the World Bank. Billions raised by the Ethiopian. And said, but let's start with the Ivory Coast. Mr. Nagbe. No, let me go to Dr. Peabody. He just got here. Dr. Peabody, please don't mention that the foreign minister is a pastor, because I know what the other topic I need. Tapper is also a pastor, right? What's his name? What kind of Tapper?
Luther, that's my best friend, no?
Oh, my man, you got tired with all these people. We're gonna all the pastors that you got tired with, they got problems. Dr. Peabody, Ivory Coast is about to get the first female president, because Mrs. Gbagbo is no joke. She is a serious contender. She stood up to France. They beat her. They imprisoned her. She beat the charges. She came out. She is no small potato in politics in the Ivory Coast.
No, good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. Happy Monday to everybody. Good to see you.
No, why we didn't see you yesterday? Are you going to tell us?
Yesterday, I went to a very big wedding. One of Liberia's former leader, one of the former managing director of LEC, former CEO of Nokai, Honorable Christopher Nia got married yesterday to his beautiful, beautiful bride, Ms. Chrissy McCole Nia. And they had an elegant style at the Legacy Castle in Potts Plain, New Jersey. It was one of the best I ever went to in my life. I can tell you that.
We could tell from the photos and the videos.
You sounding like you preaching.
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, you sounding like you preaching.
It was elegant. It was just beautiful to see people who love each other and celebrating each other. It was just wonderful. It was just wonderful to see them, good people, and I'm just happy for them. I'm very happy for them and wishing them all the best. But it was a beautiful wedding. I never seen anything like that in my life. It was just together. But unfortunately, I've been trying to reach our guest. Elizabeth is doing another come on the show. Yeah, I talked this afternoon. He said just send me the link, and then I've been calling him all day. Apparently, he looked at my phone and not picking up. So, Mike Jabatel, don't be scared. We don't bite people here. I mean, come on, you requested to come on the show, Mike. So we don't bite people here. So.
You sure? Yeah,
but again, let me talk to you about, the Africans, the Ivorians, the African love old people to lead them, very old people, and they don't go to young people, they don't trust young people. And Mrs. Babu, she's been around for a while. Her husband was jailed, he was released, he was sent back home, she was jailed, she went through a lot. And I can tell you, if Mrs. Babu get in this race, she could win. She could definitely win this election. Win this election if she jump in the race. She can win. So it's not something to take lightly. I don't know. I understand that President Ouattara wanted to run for what? The fourth term, or he was trying to run again?
Yeah, running for the fourth term.
Yeah, he wanted to run for the fourth term. But if this lady get in there, I'm afraid it could put Iriko right back into the same chaos because they all have Ouattara. Babu supporters are very strong and they're still around.
Yep. Let me go to, let me work on the chief. Tomalin George, good to see you, man. I heard you've been battling the cold.
Yes. The cold happened all down last week, so I ought to manage to have pulled through at least. Thanks to Tila Gibson. Tila recommended that I get Terraflu, the garlic, the lemon, and the ginger with a specific cough candy, and that helps a lot. Able to pull through. So Tila, that's my cold. She saved me from the cold because then Pewee pick up the cold too, and knock him down too. So
yep.
On the Peabody yet, I know maybe it was on catching too.
They're making from Liberia. That hot pepper can't allow that to happen.
The pepper knock it off. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, but the good thing about it, I want to during the time I want to drink a lot of pepper soup, which is good too. A lot of pepper soup with the lime inside was good.
Well. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just joining us, we got a full house today. We got the chief himself back. We got his CEO Henry Peabody back from Liberia, Ghana, and by way of Washington D.C., White Plains, New Jersey, wedding to. We're talking about. He said, now listen, if Dr. Peabody have officiated tons of weddings and have been to several, if he said he have not seen anything like this one, boy. I'm telling you, it might be something. Somebody wore a golden slippers or something.
Man, I'm telling you, the bathroom all was decorated so beautiful. When you walk in there, you don't even know it's a bathroom. That's how nice I can tell you. Just from the bathroom, you walk in there, you see it, and you come in the hallway. It's like a whole palace or castle, man. I'm telling you. I've never seen.
So oil money coming everywhere.
Well, I don't know about that, man.
Chief Tomalin, welcome back. Let me hit you with this one. Let's go to the Ivory Coast here. Simone Gbagbo, the former wife of the former president, she has endured everything. She was beaten. She was captured by the French legionnaire. They put her in jail. She stood, she fought, she condemned, she told them she was not going to capitulate, and she never did. She beat the case. Now it looks like she's going to be a formidable contender against Ouattara.
Well, but before that, let me just recognize Dr. Elizabeth M. Gay Kamara from our Unibois. She was very active in the convention the last 2 weeks. Recognize her and welcome to the closing argument. Good to see you. But anyway, concerning that, you know that politics though, people will try to, like in America, people have been pushing Michelle Obama to run. The woman says she's not interested in the politics. You know, people want her to run. But perhaps if the Republican put a female candidate one of these days, I'm sure Michelle may jump in the race. But as long as they don't, she won't be involved with all of that. But depending on her husband's legacy, what he did when he was in office, we have to bear in mind what he did. Bible, you know, he was a stubborn guy. He played his part too. But again, it depends. Ouattara, he been in power for how many years now? And
who know? He 80 some more years. He in the 80s now.
It's very hard when these guys are
in power since 2011. He won.
Yeah,
2011.
It's very hard to defeat these kind of people. You know, it's very hard. So I don't know. It's an uphill battle for her. But I wish her the best, and we'll be watching. But again, with election being free and fair, you know, that's the problem. And ECOWAS don't depend on ECOWAS anymore. They are toothless bulldog. That's why I tell people, anybody can cheat in Liberia election. The person will get away with it. Nothing will happen. You make noise, you tire. You go to the Supreme Court, will rule and say Tomalin won. What you do? Nothing. It's over with. So I wish her the best. But let's see what happens. Let's see what kind of campaign she'll put up. But Mr. Gayman, before that, let me recognize today. Today, I know people, depending on what everybody want to say, but I will recognize all the time that today was a day that Liberia 20th president was captured. Today, September 9. And by the time most of our young folk, they weren't born. But today was the day that he was captured by the rival warring faction, the Independent National Patriotic Front of Prince Johnson. I remember that day I was seeing Habel. He was captured, and the next day he was killed. But it was the day he was captured, September 9. So he was democratically elected president of Liberia. So we always remember that day, at least recognize it. But,
excellent. We are talking about some of the dark days in the Republic of Liberia. I remember vividly that day. But that's what it is. That's who we are. We have a very dark history. Whether you like it or not, history is history. It will stare us in the faces and we have to discuss it. Thank you very much for that. Let me go to the young man here, Mr. Kamara. Kromah. You are young. We are talking about democracy next door in the Ivory Coast here. A man who illegally amended the Constitution and gave him the right to run unlimited term. And there's a great deal in the Ivory Coast of people who are fighting against that. They want to repeal that. They want to go back to status quo. Nobody should run more than 2 terms. This man was able to bamboozle his way. Now, a formidable woman is on the rise to challenge him. What do you think?
Yes. Again, sorry, I was on earlier on. My internet was tripping, but good to be here and greetings to everybody. So, basically, as I mentioned earlier on, I had something in mind. So, we should best, Mr. Gayman. You know, I know a horseman name is a hustle name in Africa, not just Cote d'Ivoire. We've been hearing about, the husband since, but I don't know her personally. So I wish her best in, quest for the next election in Africa. But here is what I wanted to share. I think few people, one opposition leader, Simeon Freeman, is on Kehleboe OKF. And while that interview was going on, I think he spoke about somebody that keeps money, and he talked about his watch that he bought for 25,000 US dollars. And today, that watch is equivalent to, I think, something like 400,000 or something like that. So that was a conversation that sparked out the internet. People, giving him a lot of backlash, attacking him, that your presidential candidate and buying that kind of out of that. And I think where most Liberians get it from, female women, most of the people, they hold this DST investment, in brought to Liberia against him, But particularly about that watch, Mr. Gayman, I just wanted to speak about that, especially the negative.
Your internet is still breaking in.
You're not getting me? Hello?
You're breaking in and out.
Yes, I'm getting you loud and clear. Are you getting me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So what I was saying, most of the people they've been attacking, questioning why Simeon, a private citizen, should buy himself a watch, because he wants to be president. And I think this is unfair. We Liberians, we sit in a country, we allow the president, the man we elect as the president of the country. He went and bought himself a car worth about 500,000 United States dollars from the taxpayer money. The criticism we didn't give to President Bouaka. We are here diverting, attacking Simeon, who has never been into any government. That's because he went for the presidency, still had an ambition to run for president. So we think that he should not, buy himself a watch that worth 25,000 United States. I think this is unfair. So basically, this is what I wanted to bring. We cannot set standard for one group of people and leave the other people out. We say Simeon Freeman should not buy himself watch, but Joseph Brown is the president of $500,000 car, right? Expense of the poor people. So basically, this is what I wanted to bring up. I see a lot of people attacking him that you want to be president, you should open foundation, help the poor people. It's not logical for you to buy yourself watch that costs $25,000. So that's what it's been on the internet. We should not be doing. Poor people.
Can you go back out and come back in because you're breaking up again?
Oh.
Just go out and come back in. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me go to Mr. Nagbe here. We're talking about.
I want to get out. Let me just speak to the Africa thing quickly. Then I want to.
Yes.
I think I have to get something quick.
Okay.
Yeah. For me, quickly, this Simon Babu situation should not be a strange thing yet to us. It's not only a major political, is a significant issue for her to be in this race, but it's symbolically powerful. The reason why it's symbolically powerful is that Africa is very well underrepresented in terms of female representation. I think there's less than 30% around there in national leadership, if you will. So her role, and as a former MP, she's a very powerful and influential woman in Cote d'Ivoire. The last time I was in Abidjan, I've gone to a particular part of Abidjan, a very huge area. They are very famous at the Babo, they call Yopougon. That part of Abidjan, if you went to Yopougon, you're going to know how significant the Babo, though they are now divorced, but we should not overlook her, can they say, but it's going to be an uphill battle for her. Ouattara got grip of the country currently. I was just in the country the last time I was there politically. He got his base. The economy is doing significantly very, very well on him. He's a very good economist, retired IMF executive, and the rest of that. He was the prime minister of Africa started booming under the late Boye. He came and structured the economy when it was difficult. That's one of the reasons why they were stopping him from contesting the 2010 elections, saying that he's a Burkina Faso, right? He's actually from Burkina Faso, but the fact that when it was difficult, when it needed some very good economists to come and help revive their struggling economy at the time. He was the IMF. He was seconded. He came. Gbagbo took him as a son. He was appointed, I think, first finance minister, then prime minister, and he presided over the transformation of the country. Economists are doing super good on that. And that's the time Gbagbo stated that, hey, you are moving forward. You are now citizen of the country. But his sons, his son then challenged, when Gbagbo passed, his son then challenged that issue. Then the whole wahala started. But we should not overlook how can they say. But quickly, the Constitutional Court in 2016, because I spent a lot of time about the Africa Court. I do a lot of research on the Constitutional Court in 2016. Granted his request to contest for third term. He didn't just arbitrarily say he's going to break the law. They used the Constitutional Court, but you will say again that the court will manipulate that. I don't know what you're going to say, Jerome, but yeah, the court did declare him 2016 to contest for a third term. And now he announced that, and then how he contested the 2020 election, and he won. And he won that election. But that election, let me emphasize, that election was boycotted by the opposition, and he won by almost a landslide. 85 people got killed in that crisis. Now, again, they're moving on. The same Constitutional Court now by Laurent Gbagbo, but and one of the major opposition leader also, he referred to that as political vandalism, as how he described the rule of the Constitutional Court. But the court, shockingly, if I will, approved the candidacy of Simone Gbagbo. We wait to see what's going to happen. It's going to be a tough thing because she's a very powerful, tough woman. So we're going to. I will predict that Ouattara is still going to win again. I don't know about how much I'm going to predict he's going to win.
You think Gbagbo, his supporters and Soros and the rest of the guys that was banned, you think they will kind of coalesce around her to get to make sure that they get Ouattara?
Yeah, that's why they are already divorced. Yes, Gbagbo base will rally behind her. That I can assure us that Gbagbo base is going to rally behind her. Listen, she's increasingly powerful in that part of Cote d'Ivoire. In Boaké, for instance, she come in there. Most of those huge support and part of different sort of Abidjan, if you will, leave the elite side of Abidjan, Riviera, and other major parts, Plateau, and those ones. Go back to Yopougon, those slums south of Abidjan, huge, Abobote, and the rest of those areas. She come in there, significantly powerful influence in those areas. So we should not overlook her candidacy. She may just spring up. But if the elections are not rigged, my fear is Ouattara still got a lot of power over the structure of the election. His interior minister is preside over the election process. His young brother is the Minister of Defense of Africos. His nephew is the Army Chief of Staff and all those things. So he got significant grip of governance in the country. His brother is the Defense Minister, and the Defense Ministry got a lot of things. And the Minister of National Security is someone that is confident. The Justice Minister and all those things. You know, these are people that I was privileged to have met personally and all of things. But and from distance, I believe that he still got significant grip on that country, and he believes in very good dialogue diplomacy. He understands handling the dialogue, all of things. You know, the French people understand dialogue diplomacy a lot, so he got significant control. The young people are there, most of them that support him. Historic and other thing, they are driving the best cars in Abidjan. You know, Abidjan is a modern city, a very huge city, very big city, modern, well developed. A lot of things. If you went there, sometimes if you Kia is not thinking, you think you're in some part of Europe and all of things. So, and the young people are into business. The agricultural sector is booming under his administration. He's a very crafty individual. So it'll be a difficult thing the way he influenced the worth and all those things. And the money that government, they got a budget of almost $30 billion. So imagine that. So it'll be a difficult thing for Simon to defeat the master of a political person. No. You know, he's not the kind of politician that will sit and forget about what's happening. He's in charge of government. And not like George Weah was there and he didn't really know until the elections shockingly defeated him. No. You have people in the neck that were opposition agents stay serving as county magistrates. No, that wouldn't happen on a Gbagbo. No. So he got full charge of what governor is. Trust me. The election is going to be held next month. Gbagbo going to win for the 4th term. That's my prediction.
Thank you. Your name and where you calling from?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gayman. This is Elvis calling from Minnesota.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to chime in on this topic because I think, Mr. Pewee gave some good information. But the reality there is that Simone has no chance to win. She is a Thai woman from the Akan people from the eastern part of the country. Of course, the crew man from the western part of the country from the Bete tribe. And he left her and married some Arab woman, I think from Morocco, which a lot of people didn't like. But all of the crew people from the eastern part of the country and the Mende people, like the Down people, the Ways, the Bete, they're all supporting Gbagbo and want him to run again. But the reality is that he forfeited his ability to run because one of the agreement for him to return to the country after he was found not guilty in The Hague was that he was not going to be involved in politics when he came back, along with his deputy Blake Coudet. When both of them came out in the country, Ouattara allowed them to come in, and gracefully allowed them to come in on the fact that they won't run for the presidency. The person that's most formidable in this race is Aliyu Tiame, who used to be the former president for Credit Suisse, and he got caught up in some corruption scandal, and he got fired from that job. That's what they're holding against him to disqualify him. That he's a criminal, and he shouldn't be allowed to run. That's why they're stopping him from running. But he's the most likely person to be Ouattara, and of course Guillaume Soro, who was the former rebel leader that helped bring Ouattara to power, who kind of ran out of the country, as in exile. He too has a good chance, but he because of the fact that he's out of the country, they disqualify him. So Gbagbo, he kind of capitulated just to come back to the country. He wasn't going to be involved in politics, and rightfully so, along with Blake Coudet. Simone Gbagbo is almost like a spit in the face to Gbagbo since they got a divorce. Ouattara is only allowing her to run to kind of question his manhood, so to speak. So I think she has no real base. Her real base was with the crew people from the Grand West, as they call it in the Ivory Coast, the Big West, and those people are strongly behind Gbagbo. The crews, the Crowns, the Ivory Coast, the Downs, all of those people from the western part of the country are strongly behind Gbagbo. They're not behind Simone. She's a Thai woman from the Akan people, which is close to the Baolet people from the middle part and the eastern part of the country. They're most likely going to support Ouattara in droves, where the crews and the Mende from the western part of the country are going to support Gbagbo if he's allowed to run. But I just want to give this clarification just to chime in on the topic. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you. Quite knowledgeable of the situation here. Mr. Nagbe, here we are talking politics. The closing argument do not only discuss Liberian politics, we are well-rounded. Your take on this new dam that is being built in Ethiopia that was dedicated today, paid for totally by the people of Ethiopia. No foreign money, no borrowing money, strictly by the folks, and the largest dam in the whole of Africa.
Let me first say that Elvis has just confirmed his Ivorian identity. I've always told him. The man, no Liberian man. He can't say I can't do all the Ivorian thing. So no, I haven't read on the Ethiopian thing, so I don't really have much to offer. I have to go and look it up. But if they have, most countries now are trying to get from under the weight of continuing solicitation, and try to focus from within and see what is possible. And then there is also the South-South cooperation. Most of these countries are trying to forget about the West, and look South, the BRICS nations, we talked about that here when the PLO Lumumba was here, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or Professor Wilson Tape, so there's a lot to be done without necessarily having to always come to the West, with the hat in hand and trying to solicit help. So if the Ethiopians did, congratulations to them. But let me just quickly make a point on the Ivorian thing. I understand this woman and her husband, they were in prison for 20, I think she was given 20 years. And this current, very, very current president, Ouattara, I think was the one who granted her the clemency. Now you take that and look at what is happening in Liberia. Right now this government is after its opponents. I think we all read the release from the petroleum industry. Since Amos Stewart got to LPROC, his primary preoccupation is how to get more stability. Now they are saying they are reducing, the price of petroleum on the Liberian market by reducing the rental fee that the storage tank owners were charging for storing the gasoline from 35 cents to 2 cents. If this is not muzzling the opposition in the very unscrupulous way, because the problem with this is all of this money, if you look on it, they have 30 cents going to road fund, then they have another 9 cents going to road fund, road equipment maintenance, right? It's not all of that the same money laundering that we're talking about. Taking this money and stuffing it into these entities only to go and take it out through the back door to go and fund their pet projects and the campaigns. This is what this is about. So you look at what is happening in the Ivory Coast. The president knows this is his opponent, and yet instead of letting her sit and rot in jail for 20 years, he granted her clemency, and now she is out to challenge him for the presidency. That's what democracy is supposed to be about. Play fair, and you win fair. I'm not saying Ivory Coast has not had a fair share of political woes, but you take that right next to it and see what is happening in our own country. It is shameful. I just wanted to make that comparison. I'm sure we'll talk about this later on, but this is what is happening in our country. This government is throwing everything at the opposition to make sure come 2029, Garguah is sitting pretty. All this money he can account for as the foreign minister. He's probably going to be the United Party candidate. We don't know. Who knows? Maybe Brock Hussein says going to run. But they're doing all these things, to try and muscle every credible opposition out of their way. It's shameful.
Great. Let me go to the chief himself. He has not been here a while. Chief, all the topics are on the table. We're talking about this great African achievement in Ethiopia where they built a dam. It's the largest in Africa, and we are talking about kilowatts of 5,150 kilowatts. Can you imagine in Liberia, we're talking about 88 megawatts. These people talk about 5,000. It's the largest. And then, you have to give it to them. They didn't get money from the World Bank, from the IMF, from the African Development Bank. They say 100% financed by the Ethiopian people. The people themselves. Honorable George, why we always going to America, China, when people next door are doing, why don't we learn from what our other people are doing?
Look, again, we always say it depends on the leadership. Liberia will always be behind the A ball until we can have a transformative leader. And if we continue to elect the same people with the huge salaries and benefits that they carry, for example, the 5 elected officials in our country, the top 5 officials in our country that are elected, the president, the vice president, the speaker, deputy speaker, the pro tem, their budget is $10.6 million. So tell me, with that kind of budget, what do you expect? Do you expect you to reach to that point? No. It's not going to happen. And I'm afraid that we're going to continue the same cycle. Like Mr. Cummings said, doing the same thing and expect different results. That was happening. That's what's happening. So we continue. We admire what our neighbors are doing, other African countries are doing. We admire them. We all can say, yes, look at Ivory Coast, look at Burkina Faso. I was surprised. Burkina Faso fixing helicopter, I think, military helicopter. I saw it the other day. I said, wow. We have these resources in Liberia to do it too. But how can we do it? How can we put innovators out there to do these things? Because our country is so corrupt, we're not going to achieve it. It's very sad, but that's the reality. We admire other countries, but we're not going to get there with the attitude we got right now. So I welcome. I admire them. I praise them. It may not be in our lifetime, but I pray that one of these days, who knows? If God smile like bro, one of these days that there will be a major change in our country that will cause us to get the right transformative leader to come. Who knows? We pray for it, And concerning that other issue about the petroleum, I had a lengthy conversation with LPRC boss today. We talked for long. And in fact, I sent him documents in the chat room. He sent me these documents. So maybe we can look at this information he provided today. He said there have been an ongoing discussion with the Senate, the president, and the petroleum importers, including on the Connex, and another group too, he said. So he justified that this decision came from the Senate. The Senate submitted to the president. President told them the team to go and investigate, and investigated, and made a recommendation to the president, and they acted on this. So perhaps we can ask more questions about it. But he said that it's not to target any one person, but this initiative going to bring in $16 to $17 million. They're going to lessen the burden on the consumers. But there's a lot of things to be work out to see what the whole issue involved. Hopefully, the importers, the guys who are importing petroleum products in the country, hope they can come on the show or come to the public and talk. And one of the problems I think our officials will continue to have is that Liberian officials do not like to go to the press to the talk, and that's why people can make a perception can come about. Until we can forget about that, being afraid to come to the public to speak, it's a problem. I'll give you an example. I told you guys I met the Pewee was there. I met the pro temp. I invited her. She said, "Call me." I called her. She said, "Oh, they're restricting her by appearing." I said, "Restricting you for appearing? And you're a public official, you're like that?" But tomorrow, when some story comes up about them, then they will try to rush to come to talk to you about it. But that's a problem. So I think the LPRC folks, the petroleum importers, all those involved with petroleum products need to come forward. Come and the Liberian people be the judge. Come forward. Then they come forward. So let me put the documents the LPRC boss sent to me. All the interaction they've been having, the back and forth communication, and maybe you guys can read it, maybe and see what he's saying. What is it making sense?
Well, I hope he will come on, and let's talk to him about it. Maybe you'll bring more clarity. But Musa has never shied away from coming to the press. I have no doubt he will come on here anytime soon to state his side. But the director, and let him come and explain it. The LPRC cannot be an importer and a regulator at the same time. That's like being the referee and the player at the same time. Does that make sense to anybody? If they want to be in a regulation business, then let them leave the importation to other people. You can't do both. And that's what they're doing right now. All of this thing they're doing here, all of them, they're using the PRC as a piggy bank. They go in there and put the money in and go in the back door and take it out and go and do their pet project and go and fund their campaign. This is what all of them are doing. And we understand that, So I hope you'll come and explain to us what it is that they're doing at PRC. And they're muscling these people out of the business. These people are providing livelihood for other Liberians, and they will not do that. That money will not come to the people. It is going to line their pockets. So let them come here and prove me wrong.
But Honorable George, when we read this stuff, they're talking about putting money into road development and a separate one for road maintenance. So what does the Minister of Public Works do?
Well, I mean, like they said, they had these meetings with the Senate, the House of Representatives, the cabinet, and they put around the country, and they came with all of these things. They had the importers, but the question is, why the other people? I want to know why connects other people? They need to talk. It shouldn't be only Musa talking. If they say Musa is the only one being affected, they should all be speaking. Well, why are they silent? Hope our guys can reach out to the Connex folks, other folks who are involved in the petroleum importation, and let them hear from them, because it appears as though one person is reacting. So I hope everybody else can talk. Let's hear what's happening.
Yeah, but Honorable George, I think when Musa was on here, he told us why he can afford to talk. He says, "I have diversified my business venture. have reached as far as Greece, where if they decide to squeeze me out of Liberia, I still have other means. Other folks do not have that kind of business savviness or the ability to do business outside of Liberia. So they are basically like a pawn. And Musa Ability said it. He said, I have opened another front in Greece when it comes to the shipping, the storage, petroleum. So he had diversified the market. Other folks have not done so. Mr. Nagbe, this is what, when those of you who are in there, especially in the Department of Education, they don't pay that much, but they say they diversify your pay. I mean, your benefits, your 401k, diversify so you can do a lot. Musa Ability is saying he read this coming. He knew it was coming. So what he did was he diversified his portfolio by expanding into Europe. So if they're squeezing in Liberia, he still has means to take care of himself. So you're much smarter. Other folks can't do that. So how can they talk when they're in a little pond on the Monrovia?
That's a good point. I mean, once you diversify, you spread the risk, as opposed to if you're unidirectional, you take one hit, you take a big hit. And so, yeah, that's probably what is, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he said what is being attacked in Liberia here represents about 40% of what, of his business. So I think you're right. Maybe he can afford to absorb the hit. Look, let me tell you something. I have friends in Monrovia, very, very, very wealthy guys, very powerful, very influential guys, who could put their foot in the political arena and tip the balance. But these are the concerns they have. The moment you put foot in Liberian politics, everything you own, business, whatever it is fair game. The government will come after you. And because of this, very good people who could come into politics, they shy away. This is the kind of politics we practice in Liberia. And this is dirty politics. This is wrong. You should come into the arena and play fair with your opponent. Don't be using government apparatus, hiding behind the government, and muscling your opposition. It's childish. I think it's chaotic. And I think it's tasteless, it's classless. And that's what M2 and the others are doing. Let him come on here and tell us how is it that he is proposing to import gasoline and regulate gasoline at the same time. Let him come and explain that to us.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all about Liberia. We began the show with Liberia's past literary giants, Baltimore. We talked about Arthur Bagley, Edwin Bagley. We talked about, I think, Nyenwolo, all the top writers. For those who went to school in the modern days, you don't know these folks. But these are giants that put Liberia on the map internationally when it came to writing about literature. And most of our young folks were not privy to these great things. And here we are talking about Liberian literature from the best of the best. So let's go to this thing. I think this one came about by Leonard Dudu himself, did this, fact-checking the claims by Samuel Pewee about road and electricity financing. It's a big one. It has been a fight between the Republic of Liberia and the former government when they're saying that the government did nothing. And Samuel Pewee told them, say, whatever they are doing, most likely we have either financed it 100% or we were in negotiation. And it reads, this one just came out August the 12th, 2025. Samuel D. Pewee Jr., Liberia, former Minister of Finance and Development Planning, held a press conference last June in which he made several claims. Notably, Mr. Pewee claimed that the George Myean administration secured all financing for major road network in the country and signed a 10-year electricity financing agreement with the World Bank. He made these claims to counter the claim described as sustained campaign of misinformation targeting him and other former officials. Mr. Pewee, along with former National Security Advisor Jerome Gayman and former Solicitor General Counsel Nyenwolo Twan, are facing multiple charges, including economic sabotage, fraud, and criminal conspiracy. Claim 1, Mr. Tuer claimed our government, the CDC administration, secure all financing of all major roads and network in the country. Our research reviewed that several financing agreements between the government of Liberia and its development partners, including the World Bank, African Development Bank, European Investment Bank, ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EBRD, and the UK government were signed into the CDC administration. The financing agreement was secured for the construction of Liberia major road network, including the Southeastern Road, funded by the World Bank on December 18, 2018, and the Coastal Highway, Bagleyville to Southtown, which were financed by ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development on July 30th, 2019. In addition, the Harper-Colocan, that's your area, Mr. The Kipamos people. The Harper-Colocan Kavala Road Project financed by the African Development Bank, AFDB. The Ganta Yekepa Sanikwele Logatuo and Tapeta Zwedu Road corridors were all signed during the CDC 6-year term. So, Chief Tomalin, it looks like Samuel Tuer was on fire, and he was right. These major road development were up funded, paid for.
Well, Mr. Gayman, right now, what I've noticed is that the CDC and UP, they went back and forth about, and I think the best thing for them, they need to come forward. They shouldn't just go to one place. Come appear on. You know, come on our platform, but I want to see these guys come in the public. I want to go in one place and talk. Challenge your counterpart. Say, I want for us to meet. Let's get out there and compare our records. Let's see who is telling the truth. Who's lying or not, and so forth. Because it's a waste of time for us to even be going back and forth what they're doing. Because they have 20 chat rooms we're in. All we see is the back and forth between the two sides, back and forth. I think I mean honestly, I prefer spending my time discussing the trending news of the day, the things that are happening in the country right now, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Finance, what's happening there, but who did what, left money, and that money. If it's serious, let them come forward, let them appear on platform then the Liberia people can engage them. Liberia people can ask them questions, can question them. But I mean, and that's how I see it, because the fact of the matter is that government is continuity. CDC secured a lot of funds. Jana Salim, when she was leaving too, most of the projects the CDC were implementing came from what her government they were able to get, and they continue in that direction. But now the only problem is that you see UP, they won the propaganda war against the CDC during the election. Made the people to understand that CDC did nothing. The first thing they said, the harmonization was wrong. They said that they had people, the wage bill, they had people, they were bolted. People was on the payroll, getting free money, consultants were plenty, but again, kind of found out the same thing happening. The same thing happening. Today, you can't account of $2.7 million is missing. That's not in that off budget spending. And I can tell you boldly that money keep on, they spend that money to remove COFA. Where did that money came from? That was somebody's pocket. Why do you think that money came? Each lawmaker $15,000 cash. Where it came from? Somebody say that somebody got that money and gave it. They will not tell you, but they all got our money. You saw the money were all around. Imagine the kind of money they play with. The money came on that same budget, the same Liberian people money. Took it to carry on or act to remove the speaker. And now things like the ball bonds, the rule not changed. Everybody question where the money missing. Forgot to know that the time I was spending at RJ Resort, someone was paying our bill. And it came from somewhere. So they know exactly what they are doing. They know exactly. So I really, until I can see them come forward face to face or appear on platforms to discuss these things, let people engage them too. I really, because we're just going back and forth, and we'll be almost like fighting a proxy war for them. You know, so that's how I look at it.
Great. Mr. Nagbe, we are talking about the big boss says this is a distraction. We are falling for it. Instead of discussing real issues affecting the folks, we are talking about who left what money and who did what, even though how factual it may be, they are not coming forward, and we are doing their bidding.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with Tomalin. Government, yeah, governments come and governments go, and the government that comes in, it takes over from where the other government left off. There is no way any government can come in and initiate and complete all of their projects before they leave office. It's a natural thing. So it makes really no sense, all this back and forth between these two. We started this and you just completed it. No, you didn't complete it. We started it. These two failed parties, they need to get off the stage and give the stage to somebody who really means well for this country, because they are on a race to the bottom. That's what these two are doing, and we don't really have time for this. Where is the innovation that this government came in with? They came in to rescue us and remove these people that did nothing. And they're busying themselves looking in the rear view mirror the whole time, trying to compare themselves to a government that came and didn't perform, for which the Liberian people say, you know what, we need to give you all the chance to see if you can do better. They came to do better, and they continue to compare themselves to this government, But coming back to this Garguah thing, Musa came on here and he said that he met the president, and he raised this issue. There is money that they took to give to these people to remove Kofa and elect Kong. That money was, now we're finding out, was the money that was appropriate for the 2025 budget. In the 2025 budget, this is why they've been calling for a recast of this budget, because we said that they had already put holes into the budget for 2025. They got no money there. They're looking to recast the budget now to go and fill those holes. This is exactly what it was. And now, because of the pushback from other people, including Musa and the CMC, this is coming to light. They've already spent this money. They don't have it. This money was not appropriate. It was they're spending in the future. They went into the future budget and began to spend the money. That's why they don't have any documentation for it. They got nothing to show for it, because that's not the money that was intended for this budget period. And now it's becoming clearer. This finance minister is a disgrace. It's a disappointment. I listened to part of what he said yesterday, talking about, people traveling freely here and there. Let him get on the road and go from Ganta and go to, yes, just go to Zredu. Don't even go to Harper. Then you come back and sit down in your cushy, air-conditioned studio and talk the kind of nonsense he was talking. He's a young man. I had a lot of respect for him because he came from the student activism community. But I think he's drunk the Kool-Aid. I don't think, I'm not sure if he came to make a difference. I don't see that. But yes, the 2.8, 2.9 million, 2.7, 2.8 million that we're talking about, that's money that they already spent from the budget ahead of us. And that's why they're trying to put back. That's why they want to recast the budget, so they can reappropriate money to go and fill those holes.
Finance and Development Planning Minister Augustin Pewee Garguah pushed back Monday against criticism that the University of Liberia is underfunded, insisting the government has met its obligation and dismissing the institutional request for an additional $500,000 that he said would be considered off budget. Appearing on state radio, Garguah detailed the government financial support, stressing that the University of Liberia remains one of Liberia's most heavily subsidized institutions. The university budget was $33.7 million last year. This year, we raised it to $34 million. What a big increase. And Garguah said, we make sure that the university gets its budget and we pay on time. Contrary to the impression, the government has not deprived the university salaries and everything else on spending. He said, according to Garguah, nearly all of the $34 million allocation for 2025 goes towards salaries. Mr. Nagbe, did you hear this man put in writing that the $34 million that he gave the university all go to salary. Then what is it this woman supposed to do? How did you tell me this man was smart at LU? I'm not a finance guy, but I know if you get somebody 34 million and 34 million go to a salary, they can't do nothing. They can't even drive. They can't go anywhere.
Yeah, my friend Edward Foley and others would tell you was smart at LU. Because I never sat in any class with him. When he was at LU, I was at Cardinal, so I've heard about him. But yeah, I mean, he is telling it like he knows it. And besides that, I think there's $1 million that the university is challenging them to prove that it was disbursed to them. Apparently, there is $1 million in the outturns appropriated for the University of Liberia and disbursed apparently to the University of Liberia without the knowledge of the University of Liberia. How does that make any sense? You know, but yeah, so this is the Ministry of Finance is not just the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. You know, we always forget the development part. You know, how can you tell us all this money you disburse to the university was just to pay salaries? Is this university a teaching institution, a teaching university? How are they supposed to conduct research? Who's paying for that? Look at the building that the people are going to school in. I think that's a death trap. You know, you look at our university, there's more all over that building, you know, and some of those things are carcinogenic, you know, and we allow our people to go to school under those conditions. And that's what I was saying. Our brothers stand under the Palava hot there and go and knock on the university president door, you know, and other than no, they need to go to the legislature and knock on doors and tell them where is the appropriation for the University of Liberia. Where is it? That's what they need to ask. But to go on the president's door, you know, and knocking on her door because she's getting paid under the contract she was signed for, she applied for and got hired, as if to say she did something out of her contract. That's not, no. She signed on to the university, the president position on that contract. The contract said you will be paid X amount of dollars. What they need to do is to go to the legislature and tell them where is the appropriation in the budget for the University of Liberia. Where is the $500,000? Where the $300,000 to pay the university or whatever is required to repair the leaking classrooms, you know, to fix the toilets, you know, to pay the teachers? Where is that money? When the lawmakers are taking home what, $100,000 or so per person, you know, for every budget period, I think that's where they need to redirect their attention. But they're looking in the wrong places, and their activism right now to me is gone wrong. I think they need a little bit of political education. I think their sensitization right now is going wrong. They're not sensitized to the issues, you know. I think they're being led by people who are not interested in helping the issues that confront them, and they need to wake up. They're not no children. Some of the people at the university, they're 40, 50 years old. They've been at that university for over 20 years.
Yeah, but you know,
they can go and read what they want to read.
but what Mr. Nagbe is saying, look, let me be honest with you. You see, look, I don't even look at these kids when they're talking about that Amanda. I don't even, as soon as I see I can switch because they are
you call them kids, they gotta bring their children to school. You say
okay. I don't look at these young men and women over there. Honestly, they are jokers. Look, let me tell you.
They didn't drop them off to school.
You dropped them already. I'm autopathic.
You see, the guy stood out and seen militants, veterans that in the government. They are in all the government that have come to power. They members in all the government. What happens is that as soon as children are making noise, Amanda, all that thing, they do that thing, making all that, talking all that stuff. Next thing they do, if I'm a veteran in the government, I call one of the person. I mean, look, you can't go. I carry them to one restaurant, to Boulevard Palace or some restaurant, get the tour for them. I see it happening like, bro. They eating, they drinking, then they telling you they're using words like, we're to compare notes or chief, we need some intervention. That what they're using now, intervention means they're getting some we need intervention. So, well, we'll play the protest tomorrow, but we need intervention. If we do intervention, we can stop it. And then after they make all that noise, they stop. Look, I saw a typical example when President Garguah he was going to appoint somebody at the University of Liberia. They said they had a press conference that day. They said President Garguah will warn you. The university is a no-go area for you to come here. I was threatening blood. We'll put it on the line. The president was coming. The advanced king, all of them, they put a thing in the all check. Look, We owe enough. University of Liberia, when it said University of Liberia Student Union, back in the days, when it had men like Wo Tapia, Lucia Masale, the guy who's the MPhil boss now, Dr. Torgbean, you have people like Mamadou Lavala, the late, even Anthony Cassidy, all the guys there. These guys were meant, look, and mind you, during that time, they challenged a military government. They challenged a military government to the point where you all witnessed August 22nd, 1984. When President Doe said Allison and Dubai should disperse university students from the campus because he wanted to fire the university faculty staff with Mary Anthony Bryan Sawyer there. And he sent the army on the campus. People got killed. Some children got hurt. Where the children were men and women. The people were men and women. They fought the advocates for a cause. Not the guys in this time making noise all day. Amanda. They used to organize. As soon as I see them, I can switch my stuff. I won't see them because they are jokers. Now, the issue right now facing the finance ministry, I get it clear. There's no problem. Many of you guys don't know, but you see, the two deputy ministers are there. The one they called the guy, the deputy for administration, I think for another one for operation or something like that. They Bill McGee Jones and Anthony Myers. Mind you now, Bill McGee Jones recommended by the deputy speaker. The guy in the Senate there, Prince Moy. That guy went hands all over the budget area, all over the budget that he got at the finance ministry. Anthony Myers came from the VP side, the VP Kun side. So that was they had to put there. So, and from what my understanding, what I've been finding the last few days, Garguah has tightened the screw on most of the loopholes out there. How the guys were flexible, and because he has tightened the loophole now, problem started now. They are discord. They are president. The Garguah and deputies are not on good terms. No, they're on good terms at all. In fact, one of them is even asking they want to get transferred from there, and then also too, they are pushing now for Garguah to be sent to send him to maybe foreign ministry. I don't know what I would do the foreign minister, but what they are pushing right now, trying to get him out of there. But as I told somebody, I said, well, Garguah left a good job, and before he took that job from Boyka, I'm sure he had a talk. That I'm not coming here for you to just take me and fire me tomorrow and move me from here. I'm sure they had a discussion. So that issue are going right now. And it's all about the budget, the money, the budget, my fellow panelists. They're all about when our budget passed, each time that budget passed, everybody got us cutting that budget. If I have oversight over your ministry or your institution, when our budget passed, you have issue. I saw one of the guys who just resigned. I was told that whenever allocation gets on his desk, what he should do, he used to keep it there until the agency that responds that the money that owns that money will come and talk to him. Man, that same guy. I remember he also have heated debate. You were against CDC. You were against CDC. You be fighting back and forth. When we are that one, he so much started. I said, I saw him now defending we are there again. I said, oh, when I became critical of CDC at one point in time, he opportunity me to do again. So the minute the government took power again, I noticed again, he now this government in power now, he started fighting. Then I found that he resigned. So it's the whole thing happening over there. The deputies and the minister are getting along, and we affect some line agencies. We affect them. So that's what's happening. Garguah, yeah, people. I mean, when it comes to somebody who is an intellect, I respect him. He's a smart guy. What up? But on the job side, I don't know what happening. I know he said that Sylvester wasn't going to make video 150. I found that people are making less than 150 now. So that thing that's something he need to clarify. And another one too, the harmonization. On Twitter challenge them. Twitter say, I challenge the UP government. They cannot reverse harmonization. And saying he challenge you all there, they cannot do it. But mind you now, UP ran on harmonization. They say, well, harmonize your votes, right? And they are being power going to 3 years. You have to reverse it. So that shows that all propaganda that I went through, and now they are fighting among themselves. But so right now, the university president, she needs support. The woman came for that job, and we hope that she'll be supported. And now, if they're not supporting the woman is crying for support. The president should intervene. He's the visitor of the university. Should intervene. The board should intervene. But all is because of this issue at the ministry there, that budget issue, that money. They're fighting. That's what's happening now. So they can get it done in for a long haul.
You know, I just wanted to, I know Sylvester and Dr. Peabody, but I just wanted to know that Tomalin just exposed himself as a soup sympathizer. All the student leaders he named over there, all from soup. Those are two people you call, man. You didn't call Samuel Sabwa. You didn't call ACT faculty. You didn't call Louis Brown. You didn't call any of the same or Studa people. All your people you call Woga.
He called Studa.
I called 12. Okay. But normally, you know, but Nagbe. But you know Studa came about, I think 20 I want Studa came about, right? Studa.
Yeah, it's basically Studa was
this place behind Taylor Land. They don't want to come out with Studa. I remember that day when I 97. I mean, where were you? But you didn't see that thing. I 97 All Liberian Conference. That conference there, when Garguah challenged Taylor, when he was attacking Taylor on the Abuja Accord, what Garguah didn't know is that Taylor, a smart man, that accord, the accord said that they wanted to sign. It said that after election, the new Liberian army will be trained by ECOMOG. But then Taylor never put there say, but the government elected. They changed that clause there. So when you're reading the document, he got stuck there. So then the student group now who are behind and they say, you will read it. Because it was supporting Taylor. So that student group that Taylor boys and I came from behind the line. I know what, so I know.
Okay,
so anyway, you're right. The student group were
go ahead. Your name and where you calling from?
Thank you, my dear brother Jerome. Let me say good evening to all of the panelists, Tomalin, Sylvester, my dear brother Nagbe, and then of course Doc. You know, I just wanted to take it back a little bit with regards to that Ethiopian dam issue you're talking about. I don't know. It's very educative sometimes when some of these development coming in these other countries and we try to make comparison to Liberia. Ethiopia has a population of 132 million people, from my understanding. And do you know the salary of Ethiopian legislators? What I read is like these guys make $1,200 per month as a legislator in Ethiopia, equivalent. Okay? Population-wise, they are way quadruple Liberia. But they set their priority straight. The reason I decided to address the issue a little bit, Brother Gayman, it has to do with what Tomalin stated. Annually, you got the 3 or 4 highest paid people in that country is $10 million per annum. And then you suffer, you borrow electricity literally from neighboring countries. You are not setting your priorities straight. You got millions of persons in the country today that are riding on back roads. In slum communities, but in engulf themselves with high fences, but they're not prioritizing the country. So if you talk about Ethiopia, they decided to build the biggest dam in that place by paying their lawmakers less than $2,000 a month, a country of 132 million people. Look at Rwanda. Liberia's legislator, their salary more than Rwanda's legislators before. But look at Rwanda, the street, you can put food, literally put food on the street and eat it in Rwanda, so to speak. What are you going to have Liberia in that situation, my brother? So again, when we come here, it's good that you bring some of these topics immediately. Even the followers should take out the time. Google is right there. Google some of these things and see why your country is in the dungeon continuously. I give my brother thanks for the time, man.
Great. Thank you very much. It tells you that folks are following, paying attention to the issues. I think Tomalin George just said it. He says, until we get our transformative leadership, someone who is patriotic and selfless, that puts forth policies that we can rally around. We are not going anywhere. He's hoping. It may not happen in our lifetime, but it will happen. But then again, we are hoping. And they say hoping in politics is no strategy. We got our numbers. We got another 30 minutes to be on Truth FM. We'd like for you to get involved. 96.1 Truth FM. Hot FM 107.9. Care Radio, welcome to this show. We got Dr. Peabody, we got the Chief is back, we got Honorable Pewee is here. We got,
how you calling me Chief, man? The Chavatia ran away from us, man. Also,
the CEO is here, the Chief is here, Honorable Nagbe is here, Honorable Pewee is here. We got our two young folks here. So, young man, announce the numbers, let our folks get involved. There was a caller yesterday from Brewerville, and she says she likes what we do. It's not only politics, but she stressed that we should do even more. So we went outside of the Republic, and even though we're in the Republic, we took you back to things that we were privy to, that some of you young folks are not. We went back to the writings of Liberia, the literature, Liberia's literature, a brief introduction to the nation's literary legacy. And we discussed the great men and women that were writers, like A. Doris Banks, Batty Moore, Nyenwolo. It goes on and on and on. If you went to school in the modern day, the new Liberia, and you were not privy to these kinds of education, we don't blame you. That's what FIT is all about. This is what FIT had for you. This is where your chip fell. But we just want to bring you back to Liberia glory days of writing. Hopefully some of you will write someday. And you will become great authors. So, Myean, before you go to the phone here, you covered this story, and I wanted to at least mention it before. 1 minute, please, 1 minute. The situation in Nima, there have been arrests in Nima about the riot. So if you want to talk about it real quick before we go to the line. Myean?
Yes, so Mr. Gayman, that situation we heard from the Liberia National Police. They have arrested 2 suspects, and they will be going through a preliminary investigation until they will come out to announce to the public if they are the suspect officially by the Liberia National Police. They will come out with that investigation, but for now, they have been alleged that they are the suspect for now. So until they are investigated and come out, we cannot confirm that, but they are the alleged suspect that have been behind this death of Roland Jackson in Nima County, to be specific, in Ganta City.
Thank you very much. I got a caller. Your name and where you calling from?
Hi, Mr. Gayman. This is Victoria. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Go ahead.
So I wanted to talk on the University of Liberia.
Okay.
First of all, that building is condemned. I consider it condemned. That whole building, you need to be down. If you ask me, I think that what the students should be advocating on. That building is condemned. I don't know which year they built that school.
Which are the building now? Because we have a lot of buildings on the campus.
Pardon me?
We show the building specifically that you referencing. We have okay.
I don't know whether it's a mill. I don't know whether it's a mill building.
So we have. I come, 1 minute. So we have the GH building, the Totman building. We have the TH building. We have the gas dump. We have the FQ building. We have the administrative building.
Yeah,
and
she's talking about the one that would be profiling with the mold. Only the one that
all of the above, all of the above.
So that I think that's the TH building, that's the largest building, the TH building.
Yeah, the TH building, yes.
That building is condemned. That building is condemned. There's nobody should go in that building because just the more alone will make people sick. There's no good sanitation. Everywhere is leaking. It's more everywhere. People will get sick. It's just that the way the country we find ourselves in, the coach can say something on the fire, but the hair is very short. In that way, I alone, Mr. Gayman, in that way, I alone. And Liberia needs military government, I swear to God. Seriously, they know who says it should be like they're not going to kill anybody, but the only way things will be settled, things will be done the right way in Liberia, because you have to enforce the law. If you don't enforce anything, nothing will happen in Liberia. We'll be coming on the radio talking every day, and nothing will be done. Nothing will be done. We need a military coming that will enforce the election, the senators, the representatives, the executive, the slave branch are taking all the money from the country. They're the ones that are taking all the money from the country. How in the world we paying people $50,000 for nothing? Because they're not doing anything, they're just going out and walk north all day. And see they ride a bottom $45,000 brand new car every 3 years. Are we sick? Something wrong with us? And when you even sit down to your wife, you can't even talk about your own country. It's so disgraceful, it's so shameful. Some of us here we fire one home. Let's just say that it's like a Christmas day beginning. What's that? We need a military government in Liberia. If you ask me, we need a military government in Liberia. That's the only way Liberia will go far, or else we will die. Our children will come. Liberia will never be what it's supposed to be. Liberia is too small for us to be going through what we're going through. That's slavery mentality. You get somebody to the house, get somebody to the house so they oppress you. Whether you're doing right or wrong, don't important that in the pocket, they come behind you. This is wrong. This is wrong. We need to do something. We need to get up and do something. Liberians need to get up and do something. Okay, it may not be military, but we need to get up and do something. We the diasporans, we need to get up and do something.
Thank you. Well, Mr. George, Tomalin George just said the same thing. We need a transformative leadership, somebody who is going to come in there and turn things around. Yesterday, we spoke about speech writing. How one line in a presidential speech can turn things around. And we talk about JFK, that line by Soren Singh that says, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. That catapulted the United States toward the Peace Corps, toward working, doing the best. Tolbert did the same thing. He said from mattresses, self-help. Just few lines that encourages the nation to move forward. A transformative leadership, Mr. Tomalin George is calling on, and this lady just said it succinctly that we need something drastic to happen. Other than that, that's it. Mr. Myean, call the numbers out. Let's go to the calls. I know you got a few minutes here with us.
Yeah, so if you want to put in your call, been following the show closely, you can put in your call 0777 649986 0777 649986. And for the diaspora line, you can put your calls in 772 940, that's 2871. And Mr. George, you can also read out your WhatsApp number. Okay, so let me read out Mr. George number. That's 856 676 5136. Are the numbers to call tonight. 0777 649986. For the WhatsApp lines +231 777 649986. If you've been following us, I don't know where something is available. To read the number from Care Radio.
So, Mr. Gayman,
yes,
I know I wasn't here the couple of days.
Yeah, someone on the line.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, caller.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, Nima, where do you call from?
My name is Isaac F. Duan. I'm calling you from Kobacho community.
Kobacho community. Go ahead and make your point.
Well, thank you for the topic of the discussion. I think it is good on this kind of platform to discuss some of the positive issues in Liberia. At times we go political, we discuss politics, party, but it's good to go deeper into what is affecting Liberia so that we all can discuss it worldwide. There are people who sit in the diaspora, is supporting to bring your idea forward. How we help to transform this nation. I heard you discussing issues of salary, especially with our House of Legislation. So if this country will be better, let us now look at the executive. Let's see those who are making the laws. Because if you don't make the law, the president will not execute. So if you want to build this country, we can begin from them first of all. Because the president is the one to expend all, do expenditure, let's just say. But you will authorize him to do expenditures. But if you remain at that height and want to increase your own salary, how are you going to build this nation? So let us expose these things so that our lawmakers can hear it. But I tell you what, many times people discuss these things only because they want to get there and do the same thing. That is why sometimes we hate. But it's good to discuss it when.
Wow, we lost that call. Let's see who can pick up this next person. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
I'm telling you, I call you from Dopoh community.
Dopoh community, make a point tonight.
Yeah, firstly, I'm going to appreciate you people's efforts for the knowledge that you both provide for us on a daily basis. But you highly contribute towards educating us in this country when it comes to decision making, but we can listen to you sometimes. But when it comes to our government in Liberia, this government said that they came to rescue us. But critically, their way of behaving, telling us that actually they never came to rescue us in this country. Mr. Boga taking the leadership in this country, the past deal, my brother, you give job to somebody, expect that when the man leaves the job, you don't get nothing to do with him. You already pay him. But the ex-president is taking pay, $200 taking pay, the ex-vice, the first lady also taking pay, the ex-senator taking pay, the ex-representative taking pay. My brother, what can you pay all these people? They put work for you for 7 years. You pay them. They leave the job, you pay them. Then what will come to the citizen? So welcome Mr. Boga. Every blessed day, Mr. Boga is entitled to $10,000 United States. Senator is entitled to $2,000 United States. Lawmaker is entitled to $500 United States. What will come to the citizen? So they generate the money, they spend the money on themselves. They don't spend the money on the country.
Well, what I know about for representative is $50. It's not $500.
My brother will come on to say $50, but you say you pay the man $15,000, so you get $50. Sincerely speaking, you get a man $15,000, you get 250 gallons of gas, you get $90 straight gas. Why you get $7 to tuna? My brother, if you spend money like this, what do you leave in your budget? So the people spend more than the revenue they generate. So at the end of the day, their balance will leave in net loss. So we the citizens will not benefit nothing from them. They generate the money on our need, they use the money. If you see the government getting screening, either not community is not giving them money. So the little revenue they generate in the country, the little revenue Joseph Boga using to build underground master in Bomi County, using the build presidential party in local county, using 3.7 million to build in Blue Day. So what they will leave in the government? Now they say that you are really trying in the country. The US, you can't find the US, you can't find the LRD. They're two countries, they have an inverse relationship. See, when one is going, the one value is going down, the other value is going up. But the two countries are in loss on the market. You standard bear rate is 198. The buy rate is 200. Also, you can find $5 for 870, 850. Where how the country really proceeding on the Boga administration?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
077764986 for our WhatsApp line is +231 777649986. For the diaspora line, you can put your calls 772-940-2871, or you can also put your calls in 856-676-5136 are the numbers to call tonight. So, Mr. Gayman or Chief Tomalin, if you have a call, you can just let me know.
Good. Tomalin, George, you were saying something. You were in flight.
I was saying something. I was saying, I lost my thought.
You said you've been away from the show. I know you have.
Yeah. Okay. The issue about what happened at the foreign ministry. So where are we today? I know I just I seen text with the former assistant minister, right? And she former now, and she resigned. Because I wanted to. So I don't know what Pewee. What happened at foreign ministry at your old workplace? What happened in there?
1 minute, please. 1 minute, please. I got a caller. Your name and where you calling from?
This is Jerome Gayman calling from Ohio.
Go ahead.
You see, the politicians, they are playing fun with the Liberian people. Joseph Boakai and the United Fathers said they came to rescue. It's Liberia rescue or Joseph Boakai rescue? If you say you bring the price of
washing his booty, go washing his.
You firing ordinary citizens because they associate with the whole party. Are you rescuing the country or are you rescuing your own people? Liberia, we just playing fun. Boakai should understand the civil class that came to that country that because of the same thing. And Boakai is behaving worse than any other president in Liberian history. What he's doing in the country, he's taking it for fun because he see the army is behind the family people. He appointed the family people to all the key positions so he can do anything in the country. The man is stealing the country money. He no accountability. He came to rescue the country. He ride $1.something million car, the most expensive car in Liberian history for a president to ride. The men I say want to ride rebound. Boakai need to be very careful. The war that came to Liberia, that's one of the reasons the war came to Liberia. So I'm just saying this, it should be warned.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your call. Yes, you were in flight. Chief, what's going on at the ministry?
Yeah, what happened at the ministry? The last time I checked, they had an assistant minister for international integration, right? But then the next thing I saw was a resignation, an internal memo suspension, and the president accepted the resignation of the assistant minister. And now the president is in the U.S. The president, in fact, the executive manager will not announce it, but the president is in Rhode Island right now, I know, where he stopped first. So you know that where the people will do all his medical checkup before he come to the UN. Not running on my home. I lived there for almost 15, 12 years. So anything happens, I can get it info quick. So the president, that way he will start first. But they were talking to the man, somebody was talking about Pewee. I don't know why the people don't make so secret about that. You cannot look, he's a property of the country. If the president go to a hospital, if a finger high, tell the people about it. The country property, you shouldn't be hiding that the man's like 81-year-old man, you think he won't have medical issue? No, but we own the president. He's our president. If for the country, don't be keeping it so discreet, like you hiding it, like you want to work with the president thing. The president go a medical checkup anywhere. But
exactly.
I understand
part of what propaganda itself is not only to misinform people, it's to confuse people. If you are good at propaganda, I think what it engaged with, I don't think they're good at it, because the president of the Republic of Liberia is the state property, if you will. Whatever the president does, the people of the country should be informed of the happening of that. If you kept the president activity in a more, if you did it in a more surreptitious manner, what it does, you allow folks to come with this assumption and perception and all of those thought processes that would come from the great variety, if you will. So it's quite unfortunate that they would have to do this. If the president is coming to the General Assembly, you put appropriate leave announce that the president is coming to the General Assembly. But meanwhile, before hitting the General Assembly, the president will stop over to see his doctor.
He's classing up. We're one of those meetings.
Please, guys, somebody
got mute.
The president will stop over in Rhode Island or in this place to see his doctor for routine. I mean, it's not a difficult thing to do for a routine medical checkup. Now, listen, we all want to do this. I always can get on my knee to fervently pray to the Almighty God, asking Him for longevity, asking Him for His grace. The president lived 3 scores. He passed that already. The Bible says 3 scores. He passed something. He's 80. November will turn the president 81 years years of age. That's an extraordinary milestone.
He 4 scores already.
Yes, that's an extraordinary milestone. So no one should come and play this. The person is coming to see his routine, to do his. We all do go to medical checkup. I'm due October 6th for a routine blood work and all those things. So it's important that the president of the republic, we have to go do it 6 months. We have to do it if the president is doing it twice because of the age, even twice a year, it's no problem. You just announced that he would check his doctor for a routine visitation. That routine visitation, you're not going to explain any specific area the president is going to do this. But yeah, but that's one of the reasons they will have to do these things. But quickly here, the reason too many you're talking about the Minister of Foreign Affairs, these are real major issues unfolding there. The assistant minister left already, but she cried a lot, and I was saying that we were given not too long ago. The reason why the assistant minister was treated in some manner is that she felt her job, her function was being usurped by the minister. So that tendency of usurpation of function didn't go down well with her. Because the assistant minister for international organizations, a wide range of responsibility, if you will. You got, I think, now this week, she should have been in Austria to attend the IAEA conference. The International Atomic, yes, the IAEA conference. One of that responsibilities is all the time. I think you visit Austria for 2-3 times in a year or so. You visit the United Nations often in terms of preparation for different programs and the rest of that. I've never seen this assistant minister ever attend any ECOWAS program. She's responsible for ECOWAS. She's responsible for AU because these are international organizations. She's responsible for the WHO, the FAO, all of those international organizations, if you will. Whenever folks are coming to the spring meeting, I don't see the assistant minister for international organizations. The World Bank, right? So I think she was really sidelined, and that's quite true. It's unfortunate that those kind of things will happen. But the minister also is having her own difficult time.
Well, Mr. Pewee, I see you telling me defending siding with the former assistant minister.
No, I'm siding with her because I do understand the function of that area, and she's. Okay. And I don't know her. I don't know her personally, but I'm saying this to say that the function of why would the assistant minister don't even understand what is happening? Don't have the agenda for the General Assembly at this critical time. Why would the assistant minister not have that?
Why is she not cooperating with the minister? That maybe that was
okay, and that I don't know. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not here to defend. That's why I don't know if she was disrespectful to the office of the minister as had been alleged. Then I don't know, but she been saying herself probably all those things trigger the way she may have behaved that led to her suspension and the rest of that. But the initial issue was that the president have instructed that she be dismissed. You know, wow. the vice president intervened and called the Minister of Foreign Affairs yesterday. They met, but that meeting didn't end was fruitless.
Wow.
And thereafter, then the vice president had instructed this young lady to tell her resignation. But the original decision from the president was to dismiss her because the minister said she was not willing to work with her.
Okay, we got a call.
To do that intervention.
Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Franwea.
Okay, where you calling from?
I'm calling from Maryland, the state of Maryland.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you guys for the show. You guys are doing great. We are enjoying the show, and there are a lot of substance there. Now, I wanted to comment more, first of all, on the issue of the president medical care. As was mentioned by one of the panelists, the president is in upper age, and he came to the U.S. to Rhode Island for medical checkup before going to the United Nations General Assembly. But this whole situation shows exactly what people have been seeing all along. President Walker has been president for 2 years, but he has not made any effort to make sure that the medical services in Liberia have improved. And he continues to fly all over the country for medical attention, while at home, situation is not stable. There
There are a lot of issues there, political, economic, and social issues there that demand his attention as president. The same thing happened to George Weah. He is not the only person. The same thing happened to Myean, who was president as well. We have seen this trend. All the leaders leave the country for medical treatment, and then they leave the citizens wallowing in abject poverty and no medical services at home, and they are less concerned about that. That is a problem in Liberia that needs to be addressed. The second issue relating to the foreign ministry. The foreign ministry has all the top career officers. They are not people who were trained in the diplomatic service. Liberia has a deficit of really trained diplomats to head our foreign ministry. Myean is not a trained diplomat. She worked with the UN, so she doesn't know how to run the foreign ministry. The same thing applies to her deputy, the one that is the assistant minister for international organization. She's not a trained diplomat either. She doesn't know the function of the foreign ministry. So we are going to have a situation where the foreign ministry cannot be handled appropriately, and at the same time, Liberia's image is being tarnished internationally. Liberia has trained citizens that were trained to be diplomats. Those citizens have been sidelined. And the people that are running the foreign ministry are not people who should be there in the president. So until these things change, I don't see any chance of the country moving forward. We will have issues in terms of attracting investors and credibility to the country's image. And as far as the leadership governance issues concerning the country, as long as our leaders continue to seek medical checkup abroad instead of creating the conditions at home to seek those checkups, we have a lot of kids. Thank you for the time. I just don't want to take up your time. Just wanted to make that small observation.
Thank you. I want to add something to what Sylvester said earlier.
Go ahead.
President Garguah is a property of Liberia. Liberian people take care of him. They provide everything, support, benefits, and everything. I think it's important that Liberian people get a schedule of what the president time in the U.S. will be like. How is he? What is he going to do? There's nothing wrong. Even the president said he go and do medical checkup. Previous president we've had, they have done medical checkup and other things before, but sometimes the executive mansion just keep everybody off the loop. They don't know what's going on, what's happening to the president, and then people start to create different stories, different lies that he's here, this one has happened to him, and then before they come up and do it. I don't think it's fair. I mean, because the taxpayer have the right to know where the leader is or what is he doing at a certain time, because we got on President Weah for this. President Weah left the country for 49 days or 28 days, and it was a big story all around. It's similar to this. President Garguah coming this early. It's very similar to President Weah leaving the country early. So what we see here is just the same thing, the same cycle, merry-go-round cycle and stuff like that that's happening. We don't see any real change here, or the president. Every time President Weah left the country, there was some noise going on. There was some things going on. But today is just the 9th. The UN General Assembly doesn't start at the 20-something. Can the people, can the executive mansion account for the rest of the time that the president will be out of the country, what he's going to be doing? Can they tell the Liberian people what he's going to be doing for the rest of the time that he'll be out of the country? I think it's only fair for the people that pay the taxes, the people that pay for these expenses, to know exactly what's going on.
Mr. Sita, the caller just said it. I think we have said this here. I think a few months ago when President Buhari of Nigeria, when he died in London at a very expensive hospital there, very similar to the one that President Torgbean died in, and there was a big uproar. You don't put enough money into your own facilities, and then you leave the poor and the destitute in your country, and you fly out of the country. That's why the caller was talking about. How do we remedy this? This is wrong.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to be back on the show again. Well, here is the issue. The issue here is that we are not invested in our healthcare delivery system. It is the right of the president to seek medical attention abroad if he wants to, but the Liberian people needs to be informed about this. In the absence of that, it creates room for speculations. it creates room for conspiracy theories. Coming to the funding of our healthcare delivery system, this president is on record. If I may recall, we had a meeting with him when he was running for the presidency during the first time at a hotel in Washington, D.C. The current Minister of State was in attendance. The current propagandist, Mr. Anthony Kessley, was also in attendance at that meeting. And one of the discussions centered around providing adequate and good healthcare delivery system in the country. And the president is on record as saying that he wants Liberia to be a country where when his kids wants to go to school, they should go to the best school. If people wants to go to hospital, they should go to the best hospital in Liberia rather than traveling to Ghana. That's what he said. But sadly, he has assumed power for over a little bit, over almost going to 2 years, and there is nothing that is being done to improve the healthcare delivery system in the country. If you look at the national budget, about 70% of the budget overhead goes to what salaries, and only 20%, only 30% is funding basic services in the country. That is wrong. The government needs to change course. The government needs to find a way to fund our healthcare delivery system properly. The government needs to find a way to fund our educational system properly. And one of the ways to do this is to create a viable private sector. Create the avenue so that government can get more money from taxes and be able to fund the basic services. But sadly, we don't see anything. We don't see any major investment coming into the country. And besides that, it seems like nobody wants to invest in the country, and the government is making no effort in those directions. So again, it is sad that all of these things are happening, and it seems like nothing is being done to remedy the situation. I'll rest my case for now.
Mr. Nagbe, the president, like we all do, I think Dr. Peabody said it here, the least we do on our job is we have an annual checkup. But it's out of your own pocket. It's benefits that came from your job. So here we are, Liberia is paying for the president's travel, pay for his hotel, pay for his medical bill. Why can't the country get a notice that, listen, your president is in great health, the president having some issue like they do in America, but everything is a hush-hush.
Yeah, I don't understand that too. I guess our people will argue national security. But before I speak to that, let me quickly, Jerome, because I am not going to be on a platform where a caller will call in and advocate for a military government in Liberia. Having survived the PRC military regime, I will not support any call that will advocate for a forceful takeover of government. I think what we need to do is to educate our people so that they vote wisely. I think that's where we need to direct our energy. So the sister who called from Minnesota, I agree with everything she said except for that part. I totally disagree with her. I think she should join the movement that is now ongoing to educate our people and help them to vote wisely. Our people need to discern those who are coming to them with lies and incompetence, and don't vote them in office. That's what we need to do. But I would not support a military government anymore in Liberia because I've seen what it does to our country. Having said that, I agree with you. The president is an employee of the people of Liberia. We employ him. He works for us. And therefore, we have a right to know what he's doing, even if he's going to the hospital. It's really not a big deal, but we make this such a big deal in Liberia. Then, he's supposed to put out a statement and tell us where the president is going, what he's going to do, how long he's going to be away, all of that. First of all, except that the president has to see his doctors, but the UNGA is not until the end of September. What is the point of leaving the first week in September? only to come and attend a convention that will happen over a 2 or 3 day period. So the whole month here, the president is going to be away from the country, and eventually he will go to the UN. Yeah, so I think that's what makes them look bad, and so they may not want to release, what it is the president will be doing. But we are entitled. I don't have anything else to say but to agree that it is our right to know what our president is doing, how he's spending his time, because he is on our clock. We hire him to perform a service for us as a people. And so he has to account for his time to us at all time. We need to know what the president is doing. But we don't do that in Liberia. I think it's a power play thing. I think our people at the national, they feel powerful, when they keep us in the dark, they tell us when they feel like it. They don't tell us when they feel they shouldn't tell us. But I think it's wrong. Here you see the president, the press secretary will always brief the president. Even when the president traveling, we don't have our own plane. But there's always a press corps on the plane with the president. They will tell them what the president is going to do, what he's going to, who he's going to see. Sometimes when the president is about to make a major policy statement, you see all the platforms already, they begin to take this because they have it in advance. There's no big secret here, people. But our people think governance is a big part of secret. They come in and hold everything to the chest. I guess it makes them look powerful. But I got absolutely nothing on that. Except to say, our people need to wake up. This is the 21st century. This is the age of social media. All of these outlets, they are actually at a disadvantage for refusing to use these outlets that are available to them. The other day we had a gentleman on here from the radio network in Buchanan. He has so many radio stations connected to his network, and yet all of the sensitization that the government are talking about, the anti-drug sensitization, nothing is running on any of those stations. This is the government that doesn't seem to know how to get out its message. They have a communication problem. I've said that from the get-go. They have a communication problem. They don't know how to utilize the bully pulpit to get a word out. And, it is what it is.
Dr. Pewee, here we go. I want to push back on my own brother here, Mr. Nagbe, that the people don't know how to use the communication network. I think it's by design. They have chosen to keep the people in the dark, just as the predecessors have done. The less information the people get, the better it is for them. That's why they are not interested in building schools. They are not interested in building hospitals. They build buildings.
But the net for them is a net loss for them. I understand what you're saying.
But they don't see it that way. Like they just build schools, right? They just build school building. Yeah. And the team they're building schools.
But
go ahead, Pewee.
I think that's a wrong approach, Joe.
That is a terrible approach. To keep the people incommunicado is tantamount of disconnecting yourself. What's going to happen eventually, you're going to continuously keep them incommunicado, but there's going to be a time that you're going to go no more. And that time we're just going to come to the boundary of elections, right? And then they're going to move to take decisions. That's a wrong move. The best way to do it is to strategically engage. If you have strategic communications and you plan the way to engage the people. Because, listen, any government that will isolate, that will introduce this level of isolationism, that government is just inviting more problem to herself. So the way to go about it, Jerome, is to open up, give a plan to the people. If it is not working, tell the people it's not working. Give us some time. Taylor did this. You see, when people mocking with the box, their hands are sharp. Every leader will have to be very smart in communication. You have ability to communicate with the people. Madam Sadi, first time she came, she failed. She said, "Oh, my boy, give me some time." If you did that to the Liberian people, as Mr. Taylor will always say, the Liberian people are considerate. They are people that love their leader. They are understanding type of people. They are hospitable. So if you are to directly engage the people of Liberia, that this is the pattern that we want to see happen. But we got some challenges. There are some other exogenous things pulling us down. Give us some time. They will say, like our old man will say, look at your government, let's get them some time. Or this person is saying the truth. I also want to try a bezel, let's get some time. With that kind of an engagement mechanism deployed, is more helpful than you trying to sell yourself on the field, because you have to engage, you have to box in the boxing ring. You cannot box outside the boxing ring. And the attempt to do that is outside the rule of engagement, and that's going to harm. So collectively, they will have to do it. They're not doing it. They're not simply getting any other thing. The economy is not doing great. The security system in the country is loose up. People are not safe. There's no investor. I saw a very interesting clip from Dr. Cody today on YouTube. I was trying to go through it. He's asking this question: if the climate is good for investors, why there is no investor coming? They will always come out. We got a good investment climate. Good investment climate. If the climate is good for investors, why are we not seeing investment into the country? Something is happening somewhere. We unravel those things and get to
All right, let's mute.
I got mute though. I got mute.
Yeah.
You gotta mute.
So if the climate is good for investment, we will have to see folks coming to do investment in the country. But if folks are continuously leaving out, for some classic example that Akali mentioned today, he spoke of the issue of Sam Dabi, wherein the locals are attacking those concessions company, their own major investment they're doing. They hated them, trying to burn raw palm tree and the rest of that, all those things. So the government will have to be very proactive, and the government will have to be very engaged. Now, an attempt to not communicate effectively with the people will tend to introduce to adopt this non-engagement posture. And when the people adopt those kind of a non-engagement posture, what it does is that, hey, we'll just have to wait for elections. We don't have anything to do. We don't have the guns to do any disruptions, because sometimes, as Professor Lububa said, disruptions sometimes are necessary in African politics. It will be good to have something to disrupt this issue. Like what unfolded in Guinea, when Professor Conte went for a third term and things were now on course, his government was disrupted and he was toppled by this current captain or whosoever that's doing it as in charge. The same thing happened in Burkina Faso and Mali. So necessarily the Liberian people don't have that means to disrupt this democratically elected government. The only way to disrupt it is to remove it constitutionally come 2029. So difficult times have stayed there. The things we have to focus on, we have to focus on that. But what I would ask the president to do and his administration is to communicate. The best way to go about this issue is to do effective communication and be straightforward with the people. Now, the Minister of Finance is there saying the Unity Party got the best propaganda machinery. I don't think so, Mr. Minister. If the party had the best propaganda machinery, you are now struggling. On a serious note. Now, to allow, I'm following a lot of things unfolding in the country. To allow, and we all will have to necessarily criticize the government, but not in a destructive way. I can never come out and just want to be abusive or want to be a very combative or in that kind of a belligerent tone to government officials or senior government officials. No, I will have to be respectful of the office thereof. But what those institutions will have to do, and their officials also will have to engage the people. And I think the people have never been informed adequately. They've been isolated. And if you deploy this kind of a matter of governance solution mechanism, what it does is that it will also just, at the end of the day, it will backfire. And when it backfires, the consequence of that will just be to boot you out of office. But we have a lot more to see unfold in the country. And most of those that are engaged in the governance of our country today believe that they are made unto themselves the other thing. Quickly, Mr. Nagbe said something profound just now. And the PLC introduction of this issue about importing petroleum products, I believe that's disrupt the market also. If you disrupt the market in those kind of way where you have Liberians companies, and the reason why the Weah administration gave more powers to the Liberian importer was to allow them to get economic power. And when they employ more Liberians, they will empower the local market very effectively. And that's what they did. We had a lot of them. We have most of ones our young brother, Easy Oil and Gas. Those guys are doing very well in the oil and gas business. Mr. Musa Hassan Belete was doing well in terms of the storage thing. From 35 cents, if you were to reduce something from 35 US cents to that of 2 cents, that's a significant reduction to hamper his operational activities, and it's going to also lead to him massively sizing down employment. If he were to massively size down unemployment, that will affect a lot of Liberians that are also trying to pay their kids' school fees and put money in the pocket of the local economy and the rest of that. So the government will have to be strategic, and not only strategic, but will have to do things in the interest of the people that they took oath to protect and create job opportunity for.
Well,
what's that? The neo-progressive, the political strategist.
Well, do I have the floor?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think people made some salient points, and thank you. You know, the government has a communication problem. I think maybe it is by design, because if this government is saying that it is doing everything in the interest of the Liberian people, the government by now would have been popular with the Liberian people. But the Liberian people do not know what are the government programs, policies that it is implementing. Everything is kept in the dark. People don't know what is going on. Or they are saying, those that are in government say, well, the government is doing its best. How? How do we know that the government is doing its best when the government is not informing the citizenry of its programs and policy? And this is wrong. You cannot lead a country effectively if you continue to keep your people in the dark. Mr. Taylor was very successful in prosecuting the civil war in Liberia because he effectively used the media. He effectively used the media. That's why he was highly successful in prosecuting the war in Liberia. And any government that wants to be successful in Liberia, you have to use the media. And I get it. Using the media is expensive. The government does not want to spend money. Look, President Weah had the same problem. My good friend Ledger already said it. You want people to know your policies and program, you have to spend money for it. It is not cheap. The government does not want to spend money. And I'm sorry, my good friend PI is over there, and I'm pretty much sure he's singing a sing song, telling the people, so look, we need money so that people will know exactly what we are doing. People don't want to spend the money. But then how? You want people to know that you are doing something effective for the country, but you don't want to spend the money because most of the media institutions are private institutions. You understand? The Liberia broadcasting system, I heard Eugene Fago was breaking the other day that, look, come December, he's going to take over the whole airwaves in Liberia. No other radio station will be able to propagate government information besides the Liberia broadcasting system. Well, Mr. Fago, you are wrong. Because it is not everybody is a government fanatics. You will need the private institutions to help you to disseminate government programs, information, and policy. So you cannot dwell only on government or on state radio or state media outlet. You need to work with the private sector in that direction. So again, the government has a serious problem when it comes to communication. Maybe it's by design. But guess what? If the people don't know what you are doing, come 2028 or 2029, they're going to put you out of office. You cannot come now. You cannot wait after 6 years of your leadership and nobody knows what you are doing in the country. Then you come in within 6 years, you say, well, we did this, we did X, Y, Z. How? How did you do X, Y, Z? The people will want to know. And because you cannot convince the people on what you have done in the past, obviously they're going to vote you out of office. Again, with respect to the situation with the FPRC, I think it is sad. The FPRC should not be in the business of importing petroleum products. I think the FPRC needs to find a way to make sure that we have a refinery in, because the Liberia Petroleum Refinery Corporation, that is the name. That's a nomenclature. It was enacted by legislature to refine petroleum products in Liberia. Why is it that the FPRC is not looking in that direction? Why is it that the FPRC cannot partner with major international oil companies to build a refinery in Liberia? These people need to think outside of the box. And that's some of the thing with the government. You hire all of these people, you put them in government, they have no new ideas to bring to the table. They still think about the same old way of doing things. People have to think outside the box. The country needs a refinery. It doesn't need FPRC to be another a petroleum importer. No, you already have the private sectors are doing that. Or how do you leverage that? The best thing is to partner with other major oil companies, other countries, form a partnership, build a refinery, have a 50-50 sharing agreement over time, so that FPRC will become to perform a statutory function of what? Refining petroleum products. Because guess what? It is not only when you refine the petroleum product, the byproduct of the petroleum product is made into quota. The quota you see that they put on a roll, that's the byproduct of petroleum product. The byproduct of petroleum product is Vaseline, the Vaseline that we put in our hair. The byproduct of petroleum product, there are so many other products from the byproduct of petroleum product. So these people need to think outside of the box. We can continue doing things the same way and we expect different results. FPRC should not be in the business of trying to import petroleum into the country. No, that's a shame. I rest my case. Thank you.
Honorable George, I mean, isn't this how you kill? Is it how you kill the private sector?
I'm getting an important call. I'll brief you.
Oh, okay. Dr. Peabody, I mean, for a country that is struggling to create jobs, someone like Musa Ability and other folks who have private sector businesses, you've gone from 32, 42 cents to 2 cents. Basically, you're shutting down everybody. You're killing the private sector. How is this possible? How do these people expect, for the private sector to engage?
They are not even created much investment. They are not brought in any direct foreign investment in that country to create opportunity. And the people who are there locally trying to create jobs, they are killing killing them. I mean, the spirit, killing their vision, killing them the opportunity for them to create job opportunity and business. So, I mean, it's just corruption. It's just part of the just furtherance of the corruption that they all come and talk about, that they're going to fight, they're going to do this. At the end of the day, there's nothing done, and it's sad because you are killing the local investor. We don't have a lot of Liberian investors. There are a few Liberians who are trying to invest in that country, but you're not giving them an opportunity. You come in there and say that you taking over the petroleum industry. What kind of development, what kind of job have you created for the Liberian people? You say, oh, LPRC come to start producing this and that. Have they created any job? How many jobs have they created for the people? Liberian people can say, hey, we created 500 Liberians were employed, 200 Liberians were employed by the creation of this. When LPRC started selling gas and all these things, they'll produce 1,000 jobs. They'll produce 200 jobs. Have we seen anything like that? No. I mean, it's just self-interest. And that's why, I don't support what the lady said initially. I mean, what she said about having a military coup. But sometimes this kind of behavior make people think like that, because those people have sent thousands and thousands of dollars to Liberia to support family members. Because the more job you create for the Liberian, there won't be a liability on their brother, cousins, and aunties in foreign countries. Our country is so bad off, Mr. Gayman. I was just there a few weeks ago, and 35% or 40% of the population live on backing. I mean, I'm telling you, consistent backing. I mean, people who would just see you in a minute, and the next thing that comes out of their mind is they're begging you for something. They cannot function because they got no way out. So anybody that appear to them who can afford a meal, they come to you to seek help. So all these things, the LPRC and others doing with producing gas and stuff like that, how many jobs have they created? Every day you're talking about you signing this contract, the building of this road. How many jobs Liberians get? How many Liberians are hired when you come on these things. They're just killing the people who want to go in there to invest. And that's why a lot of people won't go there, because they don't see a very healthy investment climate. They don't see it there in that country. When you have area where the government continue to manipulate, continue to use the political influence, what bribing, the law is so weak. The law there is so weak. I mean, you don't even know what the courthouse stands for these days in our country. We don't even know what the courthouse is there for, because they continue to just confuse people with the law in that country. So nobody want to invest. You had a whole level of Chinese investor that went in there. You got a man sitting at one of the highest area in the free port of Monrovia. He duped the man. And what is it? Giving the man a run around, millions of dollars. They duped the Chinese man off. And to even be involved in those kind of scams and still sitting as the managing director of the National Port Authority, it tells you how unserious this government is. Very unserious government. But now this man should be out of there. The idea of he even being involved in things like that, he shouldn't be there. If that's the man you trust him with our seaport and other things to run our seaport. So, I mean, it will be a challenge for our country, this government. It will be a challenge. Liberia just, embrace that you're starting all over. What Charted was singing a song, he said starting all over is good. They were singing some song. Taylor said you're singing starting all over. He said he tried to reinterpret that song. He said starting all over again is going to be rough, and that's why it's going to be. That's why happening in our country. Our people continue to make the mistake that they are making, voting in criminals, voting in people that won't be a support to them. They suffer the consequences, and that's what they are saying right now.
Wow. Nagbe, you read something about, the figure, the number you call about the rate to 2 cents. Can you read that again? 2 cents? Basically, you're putting everybody out of business.
2 cents. And Mr. Ability says his Shrimex employs 100, I believe, in 18 Liberians. So, talking about the private sector, government is not known for creating jobs. It is the private sector that creates jobs. And, you're effectively killing off jobs, because those 118 employees affect so many family members, the extended family we have in Liberia, in Africa. So there are a lot of people who depend on these kind of entities to help, make a daily living. Dr. Peabody is right. We all go to Monrovia. Almost everywhere you turn, everybody looking for something to buy you, buy your children, buy your children, even people who are working, even while they're working, whatever they work for, apparently it's not enough. Most people.
They can call you father, they can call you dad.
There you go.
That they need, they can call you dad.
Even people who older than you.
Call you another cool man dad.
Even people who older than you. People who older than you calling you dad.
And I think I went somewhere one time and the guy was like, "Oh, daddy." I said, "Don't tell me that nonsense. You're not that far. Don't do that. Just call me Mr. Henry Peabody or call me Henry. Don't call me daddy. I don't deserve anything there to call
But
me."
they say y'all calling Chris your daddy yesterday. Then you say, "What?
No. Chris had it.
I thought I meant Sion brother. He called me Gion brother.
Yeah,
there you go.
That was a joke.
Yeah, I know.
But you were not too far.
You're at a legacy castle.
But let me say,
too far. We've gone from far to senior brother.
Yeah, but Mr. Gayman, look, let me tell you this, right? Look, in fact, but for the UN first, the assemblies open today. The General Assembly open today. The 80th, the UN will be 80 years old this year.
That's
open
correct.
Today, right? And then the high level debate where the president will be speaking, Donald Trump and other presidents, including President Boakai, from the 23rd to the 27th. Yeah, so the team is better together, 80 years and more for peace. Give me a break. But look, at the UN General Assembly. So the president he came early. He's not going to go to the UN until around the 20-something.
We know that.
Yeah, I think they have the Liberian Diaspora Conference and all could coincide with it too.
On the 27th.
Yeah. But look, I'll tell you this. Recently there was a medical team in Liberia, one of the best doctors in the world. He had a package for $225. Now, how many people could afford it? I mean, my mother could afford it because we were able to get it, how to do it. But when I was doing it for her, I was thinking, I said, how many people can afford this? These are the best, most of the best doctors in the world came together, this special package, everything you want to know about yourself, anything, every test, every surgery, they will do everything there. And people who have money were rushing to do it. But again, how many people that are laying in Liberia can afford? They can't afford a meal, but they can afford. They are struggling to do it. The country is in a serious problem. Today, our TCA team were in the streets. They were in the streets of Monrovia in Painesville, and they were looking at the U.S. rate drop. But what they discovered is that they're not having impact on people's lives. Prices have not changed, even though the price, I think they say $5 now is $700, something that I think only were telling me, something like that I heard them saying it. But the prices have not changed, so the economic impact is not being felt. And right now, it's a serious issue. The government is getting problem with cash. It's not easy. It's tough, But and then with the infighting happening, you're about to have one major fight coming. It's coming. Major coming that will affect the government. Major fight coming. And this thing starts when you go into election. When the election time, when it can start. Election time, these things can start. It's a serious problem. And mind you, you know very well the alliance, that party that got the UP to power. That alliance not holding right now. Okay, they're not holding, and until that alliance, and I don't know whether they will hold, because it will be a tough time coming in the next few months. But our leaders, somebody will talk about I think Mr. Seaton, our leaders. Look at our leaders right now. How many of them can have a press conference? The president, he have a press conference. The vice president don't have press conference. The speaker don't have press conference. The director don't have press conference. The president don't have press conference. And look, and that's why because they are afraid of the price, because they know that the question that will come to them will be embarrassing. The director is in America now. He's in America.
Why are you talking? I want you to help me answer. Have you been able to find out why the deputy speaker is here? He's on the president delegation.
Well, he said he came from the UN General Assembly. He can attend it. So yeah, but guess what now? Look,
deputy speaker.
You know something, right? You see, for instance, I think the leader of the foreign affairs leader for the House and the Senate, usually they come on these conferences, but the deputy speaker, I know where he really got to do it, because if the foreign affairs leader from the House is here and the Senate, I don't know where he's pressing it, but the guy can chill. You know,
no, not necessarily chill. So every Liberian president will do same now. So the United Nations Security Council, when the General Assembly will open, I think it did today or so. No, I think officially open on the 16th.
Officially started September 9th. Yeah.
Yeah, but the General Assembly will kick off on the 16th or something that about. Now, so there's 6 major committees we have, and those are very vital committees. And so government across the world will bring people from all sectors of the country. There's different area you have. So I think he being part of the interaction of the president, he can play not only to kind of chill. There may be other role he can come and play also. You attend some of those.
But that's not way, and I'm not. There's not direct that is Sylvester. But this is what we were saying again. You got to give a readout on what it is you're planning on doing. I mean, look at what's happening next door to Ghana. We already directive here from the Ghanaian.
Exactly.
I mean, if we can afford it, yes, the president can get anybody. But right now, can we really afford it?
Our problem is that, like I say, they're too much secret. Look, I'm surprised. Look, when I was growing up, right, when Dopoh was president, to the extent I can tell you this, when the president's traveling, they would kneel down to his physician.
Exactly.
The president is being come by his physician, that the George is Wonge. And don't forget that name.
He was highly transparent with the list. They were highly transparent. Everybody did it too, but some of them were highly transparent.
And the problem is that you are public official. You are being paid by taxpayer. You're on obligation to talk to the press. From President come from America, you go to the airport, they position a few journalists there, ask 1 or 2 questions, then he finish. Then he pay how he go, he will walk. And that's happening. I give Malasari credit.
The questions are selective. They don't even give the people.
I should have one-on-one. Should have time with the media. I'll tell people today when those who get press conference, those are the president. They call on international journalists to tell us in the conference, the president in the full floor of the mansion to meet President Doe. You answer that question. And there's a guy who was just similar, but he was very.
And let me just add, even Charles Taylor, when we have a press conference, I believe on a monthly basis, Taylor always had, at every month, he had a tete-a-tete with the press.
And he's a warrior.
Yeah.
Taylor,
and we used to ask him some difficult. I remember asking Taylor some difficult questions when he was president. You understand? Because he allowed that to happen so that he can get an idea what people are thinking in the country. That's why you have this interaction.
Apart from the
with the
press conference, Taylor and Manasa used to adapt the same thing. Taylor had, apart from the regular press conference, Taylor used to have the issue about talk to the president when he would go into the studio. Then people would call from all. Well,
exactly.
There was a time this guy called. Taylor was in studio that day discussing this guy, the president of the Christian Association of the Blind. He called, he said, Mr. President, thank you. You know, the guy, he's very eloquent.
Very eloquent, yeah.
He said, thank you, Mr. President. We're very grateful to have you today. You are a very good president. Mr. President, as I call you, we're having some issues. And those issues, we, the Christian Association of the Blind, we don't have vehicle to convey. So I said, hold it there. Then Taylor walked on the radio live. Taylor said, where's Kadiatu? We hear that and say, make sure today there should be a brand new Hyundai bus given 21 seated given to the Christian Association of the Blind. I can still remember that right away. And he made a deliver that day. I think it was a 25 kVA generator for them also.
And the reason is the president does not know everything that is happening in the country.
The next person that did that was Madam Sali. Madam Sali also had a program and also had a regular every month. Taylor did it, and Madam Sali did it every month. But what Madam Sali went further to do was she was having this issue with Eva Flomo on the radio. Conversation with Eva in Pidgin Liberian English. Oh, we need to get to that one. I don't see anybody can speak Pidgin. You go to that woman.
Oh yes, you know it.
I don't see it yet.
And that's a challenge, and it's a problem.
But since those two leaders,
they run away from having these tete-a-tete. You see, Trump, Trump, he meets the press every day. He talks to the press every day. He loves it.
Since Salim and Taylor, no Liberian president have press conference.
No, I see none.
Since Salim and Taylor, no Liberian president have press conference.
They don't have town meeting. It's wrong.
They don't have no press conference. They press like now. I understand the executive mansion that are restrict. They'll give them questions to ask. How you get someone a question to ask? That kind of question them ask.
But isn't that why they were in the human rights report? Because the restriction they're imposing on president, the screening process is too stringent.
And during Taylor Day, you have fearless and real journalists. Alfonso Zinion there for Radio Veritas asking the toughest of all questions. All those guys, critical guys at the time. Don't Taylor too had some smart guys. Zizi with a week back there. Yeah. You had this guy, the former press secretary, Sylvester.
Sylvester Vanning passed away.
Sylvester Vanning passed away. Very brilliant guy.
Late.
Oh no, like today, right? Today, I won't call him, but I want the person get in trouble. Today, a journalist told me say he should come on this trip with the president, this UN trip, but because they say he's very critical. The person say, remember they say he's too critical of the government. They approve you. I mean, can you imagine? I mean,
what
you think that it will bring independent media so that they can get a balanced story for you? You do it. Look, even I come to sit down. Even there are times where you can even on a kind of trip, you bring some of the opposition camp. Big opposition. Either I brought they don't want that. You bring the people on the opposition camp. So
and I was told, I think about 2 weeks ago, I was told by the publisher of Front Page Africa, Rodney Sear, the government the government does not like dissenting views. The current government does not like dissenting views. That is the reason why they didn't bring that journalist, because he always has a dissenting views. He always critical of the government. They don't want anybody to be critical of them. They profess that they support press freedom, but they don't. Ronnie told me that.
No, the new.
That's why they have to reload it now, and they do everything on reload.
Reloaded. What is happening on reloaded?
Guess what?
Government propaganda. Nobody is going to take it serious. And I told Jerome Pewee before.
I told DeLong, I said it will come out to bite y'all. It will bite you because first you as a family affair. No serious thing happening on there.
Nothing serious.
You can't attack somebody over there.
And we had a meeting with Jerry Limbeck, I think about 2 or 3 months ago. He was in the States when the whole China thing was, well, when they went to China, he was here before he went to China. And I brought the same issue. I said, look, Class Reloaded, everybody that watches the Class Reloaded look at it as a government propaganda machinery. They're not going to take it serious. You need some serious journalists who have some dissenting opinion to be on that show to balance it out. Well, that's what they chose to do. And that's what they are suffering now with this whole issue of communication.
So the new minister, I know they are officially announcing now, right? The minister of state officially announcing now.
Yeah, you are right.
So he's going to come too.
Yes.
Who
when the Senate returns,
the president letter is clear. The president letter say if the appointment is pending confirmation by the Liberian Senate, but meanwhile his appointment take immediate effect.
So he now start the job. Okay, now
pending the return of the.
I brought him up because he's a veteran Liberian journalist. He keep on ERBC, and the guy who is the minister of state.
ERWA too.
Yeah, and Mayu, he also one of the founding members of the CDC too. Most people don't know. We're one of the founding members of the CDC, but most people don't know. But we were there to 2004. But after the election, he became the VP chief of staff, which is good. He's a journalist. My thing is that I will see whether he will build the president to have press conferences. These are things that will challenge him to see happen. To see that the president will be the president at least face the media once a month. You have Mika, who have the
media. I don't think he'll do that. The old man is not that strong to really go to straight press conference. And they push that old man, he'll make a mistake. They don't want to. They're not going to do that. And that's the reason
why. That's the reason why I was told that when you're working with the president in the morning, the first person you see that your press secretary, you got to their job is to read. You've been the press in the media before. Is to read all the paper there, listen to all the money, the radio station, all the news around the world. So the president gets up in the morning. You address the president about what happened in the world. What happening in Liberia? Keep it what the media is saying. So the president should always be informed. Keep the president. He's the president. Not job. Not small job. You give it to anybody.
So when the president
is the nation.
When the president is up in the morning, few persons the president going to see first and foremost. The number one person the president will have to see in the morning, talk to in the morning, or if not see, but talk on the phone and get the update is the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. The number two person I believe going to be the National Security Advisor to the president. The next person that probably the president were to hit office, the next person that going there in the press to brief the president would be the press secretary to brief the president on the topical issues, issue in the press. All those things in the press, you brief the president on those things. But the National Security Advisor to the president, the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, these are people and the protocol to the executive mansion where breast the president on his activity for that day or basically the week moving forward. The day and the next day of the next couple of days, a lot of things give the agenda, and the president should be, because the president should be in the know of every bit of things happening in the country, in the 15th political subdivision of the country. All of the council's reports should come to the president. If everything is just smooth and ongoing, yet to the president, okay, Mr. President, the country is stable, nothing is happening security-wise, everything is stable. From the perspective of security, all the countries will receive it. If there's any other thing of concern to the national security threat that requires anything, it's discussed. Some of the National Security Council, they will meet and take decisions. So the presidency should really be, it is a very engaged office. And that's one of the reasons why I'm saying moving forward, after this term, we should not elect Ambassador Boakai. Now, the reason is simple. He only have the time, but the next term, he's going to be 85 years old. He's
So
not going to have.
You just brought up, you're provoking a debate. Okay, if not Bwaka, then who?
Now, if not Bwaka, then we structure the debate to see is Kun to the tax to perform the responsibility of the presidency. That's one. Now, we're not going to give the Kun on the basis of this. Now, if and I believe that, and I pray to God, I believe.
Excuse me, Nagbe. Did you just hear Honorable George says, if not Kun, then who?
No, I said if not Bwaka, then who?
If not Bwaka,
if not Bwaka,
Nagbe, I know you got something to say. If not Bwaka,
that's what I'm coming to now.
If not Bwaka, then it's Musa Belete.
If not Bwaka, is Kun prepared to the tax to perform the
job?
I believe sufficiently in my thought process. I believe that Kun is not ready up to the tax to be president of Liberia. Kun is not up to the tax. Now listen, Kun rose to this position just by mere. It was a coincidence. He didn't get there, and that's one of the reasons why Koga going to fight him fearlessly. Now, the only thing to acquire Koga that he had to not find some money to get into Koga seriously. Other than that, Koga going to be a thorn in his flesh. Now, the monolithic aspect of the politics of the Nimbaians is over. It's no longer going to happen in the history of Nimba again. The only reason that happened at the time in Nimba County because the Nimbaians believe that they are fearless people. They are people of guerrilla type of thing. They defend themselves. So they were being targeted by a particular group of people, Samuel Doe and his people, and this man came and liberated them and went after Samuel Doe and executed him. So they believe that he's their own hero. That's one of the reasons why they treated him in the same manner. Will anybody enjoy that privilege moving forward? Absolutely no. So
answer the question that Mr. White asked.
Yes. What a question. What does this presidency thing have?
But why people alone got to answer it? Why you
no, come on. I know they'll get the time. They'll get the time to talk about what you want to talk about, right? The debate here, first and foremost, it's not. Now the presidency thing is not only UP. I will just say something, and I believe, Mr. White, I believe sincerely that the UP is not going to win this coming elections. I'm very convinced on that. Quickly,
breaking news.
The UP is not going to win this coming
strong prediction. What?
Yes, I'm very well convinced that they're not going to.
You're putting the page.
There's going to be a deep internal issue in the UP that's going to disintegrate them in the next 1 to 2 years. Now, there's a lot of things happening in Nimba, for instance. Nimba alone, the vice president is going to fight against the current senator from the Mano side, Yan Toye. He's going to support the superintendent against Yan Toye.
Wow,
Yan Toye is not going to take that lightly. Yan Toye may even build coalition
with Koga on the page. It's a breaking news.
So a lot of things are going to happen. This current president is not going to be too strong. Anybody contesting against him, you hear age against him. He's not going to be strong to do anything. And currently, his government is not doing much for the people. There's hardship in the country. So not the UP cannot win election with the kind of way things have been put in the country. And then currently, in the very UP, the vice president is now a loggerhead with the foreign minister. The vice president is trying to
breaking news.
The vice president is trying to see if they can get rid of the finance minister. They want to get him from the Ministry of Finance. So a lot of things happening. Those people are not going to sit down and fold their hands and clap with their legs. They're going to find means. If they are finding themselves in a difficult bubble, they'll do everything to extricate themselves from that and see how they can push their way forward. So, listen, is Bility an option? Of course, Bility is coming up on the gap. Can he do anything now? The Bility will have to deploy the appropriate mechanism and align along the appropriate forces. And that's why for Bility to win the election, the appropriate forces will have to align. And in keeping with that, if he cannot do that, trust me, he will do everything and he will not get to the finish line.
So you believe if Bility is on the ballot, or you got Josh Weir on the ballot, you got Cummings on the ballot, what do you think will happen?
Bility on the ballot. Now, again, if there's this too much of if they cannot coalesce, then I will give room to my own statement, and then that you give room to probably the ruling establishment to maneuver through that cracks if they cannot coalesce. Because you cannot have Bility on the ballot. But eventually, they are going to be on the ballot. If they are on the ballot,
Myean and Garguah, everybody on the ballot, Myean and Garguah will go second round. And then we will now have to decide who to coalesce behind. Now, with the forces now say, okay, we'll coalesce behind Myean, or we'll go after. If already on the ballot, trust me, if everybody's on the ballot, it's going to be difficult for until now. So, what Mr. Ability and the CMC will have to wait and see. They will have to do a tracking pool first in the next. Maybe I will advise for the next 2 years, not this year, the end of next year. You have to come and do so. At 2027, you do that tracking pool. You invite independent institutions to come and do and conduct the survey. You're not going to invite anyone that is sentimental to you, that will be sympathetic to you, that will want to believe that they want to eat money from you and want to hear good thing. Because if you brought anyone that is that believe in that kind of that bit benefiting from your largesse, they will definitely give you the information you want to hear, right? So, like at the time, D12 giving certain people work to do certain kind of a survey. Trust me, and they will benefit from it.
One of those. I vehemently I say,
right? So
I can't.
Trust me. Why you expect? Yeah, Mr. Nagbe go call me say, Pewee, come, I will get you 10,000. I go do me a survey. Mr. Nagbe give me money. I go in Myean and I say, shit, Mr. Nagbe, you win that election bitter. Why? And I said I eat Peabody and dream. I eat most of that money because I want them. Mr. Nagbe hear that news now. He happy so Pewee. I don't know 20,000. Yeah. But no, you need the CMC will need someone. And your CMC people, hold on a little bit. I will talk on this. The CMC people. What we the CNC will need, and listen, I'm a potential member of the CNC.
You what?
Right? I had some issues. That's why I stay trying to work on those issues and all of that. I'm a potential member of the potential, right? But to do this, you need someone to come and do that, and they will deploy a very kind of a good methodology, and that methodology would be deployed first. Let's look at the Greater Monrovia area, then look at rural Mosorado. And leave that. We'll track that. And what kind of methodology are we going to deploy? So we'll be left with those that are going to be doing it. Then we focus on the 14 other counties. Those county results, all of the results will come back and we'll say to Mr. Ability, okay, Mr. Ability, I think, yes, the result you're doing this, you're doing that now. And one of those things I would think for that institution to do, or those that will be engaged in the doing, the first big question we're going to be asking was because you can remove that tendency from it, the ethnicity aspect of it. Now, am I convinced that a Mandingo Kennedy, and the fact we don't want to discuss it because creating a problem, am I convinced that Mandingo Kennedy can be a good presidential material in Liberia? Absolutely, yes. One of the main hurdles that survey will be facing is to engage Liberians. Now, and how the question here going to be doing? What is it that Liberians need? Do we want ethnicity or we need development? That's one of the major things you want to focus on Liberian. And they will be asking, that will ask the question. Now, with the past time you've been talking about ethnicity help you? Yes? No. And you're going to see the result training from that result and Gayman are going to be saying, people are going to be saying, no, we want development. If you see more people answering the question, we need development, then Mr. Billy, then they're going to check that aspect. So it got to be a clear-cut methodology, and the science will have to be precise. And when the number change, trust me, if Mopo starts talking about that development, then there's huge possibility that Mr. Billy can make inroads in a lot of other areas, and then he can just do this. And then he will now start to massively invest and do mobilization. Time for rallying call, you rallied the people, put the people together, you rallied them, and you mobilize them to move forward. It's going to be rallying, mobilization, and you spark enthusiasm in them. Then you move on for the process. That's the way CMC can make a change.
But one thing that gives me like hope for this coming election is that most people are talking now, these are people that got money. They are saying that their whole job right now is to engage in voters' education. And I think it will be that's the good investment. If you educate the voters on the power that they have to effectuate change in their own lives and the future, I'm sure the results will be different. Because to be honest with you, it requires a lot of resources, but the groups I've been hearing talking, they say the whole goal is to focus on voter education.
Yeah.
Telling my Yama, say, Mama Yama, your vote, at the time you have the power over who your president, you have that power. So your vote is very important. A lot of people come into you and tell you, say, we'll give you this one. If at that moment we can't say, I give you $500,000. So don't fall for it. You want the message, the person to be sincere, to know if the person will be truthful. If I've been up for 12 years, 10 years, and tell me, and you've been voting for me, and nothing have changed, you think that now will change? No. That kind of person, you usually have to talk to that person. That person should be gone off the list because they have no vision, no intention to change your lives. They will be the same thing. Find somebody who really sincere. But the problem our voters were during the campaign time, people go to vote, go to campaign, they asking you for the problem right away. They say, yeah, I hear what you say, but I want him from here and I'm poor. Nobody can fix it. They cleaning here, no medicine here. I mean, and you expect the person give you money now, and you say, oh, you're gonna want you can help us. Then it's a problem. So voter education should be important. We should invest in voter education if we want to really effect on changing our country. Voter education should be our priority. We should focus on it. If we do that, we'll have to change. And lastly, if anyone, if the opposition want to take you from power, they should not wait until it run off business. No, come together as one and with a united force. If you don't do that, you attempt to go to you people run off election. You people may not see an election from you, and you will just make noise. You cry. You see that the results. And if CDC able to build a state-of-the-art headquarters in the coming years, if that headquarters is built, it may motivate some partisans, motivate some people to come on board with them. So I said, it depends. CDC has they hold the key to the opposition. So CDC and opposition will be talking. They will have a real come Jesus movement talk. If they really want to take the government up in power.
Great. We just got a news break here. Well, it's on the economy in Liberia. The hunger index just came out. Liberia is the second hungriest country in West Africa behind Niger. Can you imagine?
It's a sad thing.
Can you imagine? Victor, we are in competition with Niger, and Niger squeaked by us a little. We are in second. The hunger index, Liberia is the hungriest country in West Africa. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, we're at the bottom of pretty much every statistical point that any analyst is interested in. And that is why, when this government came to rescue us, that's why we've been urging them to hurry up. I'm not surprised. I mean, we all go to Maria and we see in the streets. Look, probably more than half of the population is preoccupied with just finding something to eat for the day. Just finding something to eat for the day. The type preoccupation. You wake up from morning from I think we said dusk to dawn in Liberia. You wake up from in the morning till you go to bed. You just trying to figure out how you're gonna eat to stay alive. Let alone devoting your energy to productive activities. But that is our reality. So I think that finding you couldn't I think it may not be off the mark. But coming back to the CMC, let me just quickly say this. I don't disagree with Tomalin and Pewee. We know the CMC. We know we have an uphill climb. We know that. Right now, we're not even thinking about the presidency. That's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about introducing ourselves to the Liberian people. We are charting a new territory in Liberia. We get it. The Muslim thing is on our table. People are not they're not used to that. We have to get them to understand what that means in terms of the country's development. The tribal factor, it is a factor too that we know we have to deal with. But it's not a crime or a sin to belong to any of these people. And our people, we need to get to reorient our people's mind to understand that I believe somebody was saying that here, it's not about which tribe you come from, but what have you done for me lately? What have you done for me lately? I think that's the question our people should be asking. Oh, what have you done for me lately? Based on that, I can then project what you do for me tomorrow. And that's the message. We're keeping it very simple. We're uncomplicating it. We're just very, very simple. What have you done for me lately? So we're going to our people, and like we always say here, we ask them, where does it hurt most? We don't have the answers to all of your problems, but where it hurts most, you tell us, we might be able to help you relieve that pain. That's what we're up to. That's what we're doing.
Wow. Tomalin, it looks like the talking that we've been doing on these shows actually having an impact. They say here, in a surprising move, the CSA boss, Josiah Joker, has returned the Capitol building payroll to the Speaker Combe. So sources decision says that he returned it to him after the public had raised concern about the increase in salary and the voluming of the wage bill under the CSA. So overnight now, he turned. We've been talking these things. People think that these folks are not listening. We've been talking about it. All of a sudden now, Mr. Josiah Joker made a fool of himself when he was debating the former Deputy Minister from Finance from CDC, when the gentleman said that the autonomous agency do not fall within the budget. And CSA director was arguing that yes, he has everybody on his payroll. Only to find out that LPRC has different payroll. Yeah. Everybody has different payroll. So Josiah Joker is now turning these people, returning their payroll. Say, my man, the people on our case, the wage bill is too high, so the speaker now has to pay his own bill, pay his own staff, because they have enough money. 4 people in that agency. They got
Jerome, while you're about to pivot, let me welcome, my rebel girl here.
Oh, Teola Gibson. Teola said she was never going to speak to me again. She said she was never going to speak to me.
This ANC diehard here, the other day she called me a grave seeker. But I just wanted to let you know that somebody wrote here when Tomalin came and thank you for the prescription you gave him, the Theraflu and all of that. Somebody said that prescription could be used by one political party. I don't know which party. I just want you to know that. That's all.
No, but look. I say this. Look, I mean, you don't see it. It's not CNC platform. You know that. But look. As I say,
that kind of girl, she just like making fuss for nothing. She wake up fuss. She go to sleep.
What I noticed, in 2025, election already started. And look, it's gonna get look. What I noticed too, when you be on, you see the guys on folks who cannot stand the tough times. Like my young little brother, Kanyo Bala, I see him running to Burger Farm and all the temperature, the popularity. I mean. These guys and they're flipping quickly, flipping. And I tell you, UP will go after most of them. They will get in jobs, get in contract, get in consultancy. We retain up money. We say, yeah, we're getting it because they want them to come and start talking against their own parties. But look, all I can say, the parties then are coming up. The guys got to continue the work, recruiting members, go forming cells and so forth. But spend a time on voter education, telling people why. Because look, I tell you the truth, right? Like one time about Liberia, they train like ID card and T-shirt. If you give me somebody free ID card with T-shirt, you will get them plenty. Tomorrow, people go and say, "I have your report to your come to the YMCA building. You come with your ID card and your T-shirt. They will, by the time you buy it, will be packed there. You come to Liberia tomorrow, say. You come with your ID card and T-shirt to the airport to meet me. They will come there plenty. They say you go get ID card, go to the airport to be the man. So no, that's why I want to see these people coming with free cheese and crap. They will bend there, done there. Then somebody said people were saying earlier, when you do the real voter survey, and when you're doing it, don't do it with people that know you, independent people. They will just go there and say, okay, and Ma'am Mary, tomorrow election is hell, who you vote for? They can ask the kind of question there. Who you think will be the president? The Mount Mary will tell you. And Mount Mary was just to Mr. Gayman rally last week. where they cook and eat there, and she was wearing Gayman t-shirt. She would say, that man called Pewee, like, man, I want. And he said, oh, but my Mary was to Mr. Gayman right there. Hey, boy, the man get t-shirt, man go a t-shirt, my ID card. But so the people need to be educated. You educate people on voter education to help the people, or else they will vote the same way they've been voting. And if you want in that way, it's up to you. But we all know. I tell all my friends I meet them. I'll tell people just at the wedding. Look, there's no more saying sit on the fence. Get involved. Don't say, oh, if you will say you will sit away, they're not putting money on politics because you're left depending on our election too. Get involved. Get involved.
Get involved, ladies and gentlemen. Get involved. Theola, get involved. Get involved, Theola.
But she said she would treat anybody but you, Jerome. Now what you type in the chat?
Look, I was in Cape Palmas as a young man, and this man called Bob Willie. We were at a club called Psychedelic. That was an old time club over there. Yeah. And he said he didn't want nobody from Basso there. So we were doing high hay. We didn't want to leave. Someone came on the loudspeaker and said, all the people from Basso, you will get Goa tonight. Everybody started running. Another guy from the second floor tried to jump through the window. He was so scared. Then I said, what is Goa? They said, everybody's going to have beef food. But we ran out of there so fast. So I'm afraid of the global people. When they say something, I'm afraid of them. But Tomalin, when we say about, let me bring Mr. Seaton in because he's been sitting in the back for a while. Mr. Seaton, this report that just came out about Liberia being the second hungriest country. I mean, this is for those who are in power. This is bad news, man. All the country in West Africa, you are the hungriest. People don't have anything to eat in Liberia. Then you sit there. How do these people? How do they sleep at night?
Is this question for me?
For you. You play the devil's advocate now. You
repeat your question again.
You are UP advisor, and this kind of report comes out that Liberia is the hungriest country in West Africa, second only to Niger. What do you tell the president? Do you, like the president said, don't listen to anybody, don't listen. They will talk, they will insult you, don't listen to them. What do you tell the president or the administration?
I would tell the president that he needs to rethink his agriculture policy because obviously it is wrong. The president is a farmer, and the fact that a report has come up.
He's a what?
Where
the farm?
He believes in that. Okay, I will rephrase. He believes in agriculture. He believes in agriculture.
And the
fact that the country is hungry. That is a negative reflection on his leadership. He needs to do more to boost agricultural production in the country. And the whole yellow machine fiasco is also something that they should have to look at the issue of farming into the country. But it's sad, my brother. It's sad that we are still going around this circle over and over, saying so many different things that the government is now up to task. It is ridiculous. Look, we are endowed with abundant rainforest. Why is it that we can't feed ourselves?
Well, Mr. Tomalin George, people from the Vice President's office, from the President, from the Ministry of Presidential Affairs, making fun and say, Mr. Gayman, you were making fun about a yellow machine. The yellow machine show up at a CDC compound. That's what.
Well, but when 2027 to the income, they will know their fun because and look, it's clear. If you cannot deliver the people, you cannot fix the people road. You cannot do the roads and stabilize the legislative issue, and then also create jobs for the people. You will be toast. The people said earlier, you be treading on dangerous ground. First of all, the infighting will destroy them. But the only thing about it, you need a viable opposition that can take advantage of the infighting and make that case. Because come for a message, now they accuse CDC for CDC were bringing Kush, and the hammer as they pay, and they want that propaganda. You see, so now you want to get a propaganda, and the guys are gifted propagandists. I want you around. Some people just know how to put the case together. Okay, they made a case against them. Now the issue of drugs, what want me the UP government? The president has set a 90-day commission for the justice minister to submit to him a reform for the justice agency. My question is, you got a veteran drug consultant there, a guy, Sam Gay. I got to know Sam Gay in Nigeria. I met him at U.S. Embassy there. I mean, I know he's aged now, but yet and still, you can bang in the head. And he can speak his deputies and thing and to run that place. But the problem our country face, the director and the operation will be all they want to be in the street together. But right, when you are the head of an agency, administrative position, stay in the office, be running between the Minister of Finance, the President office for support for your guys. Operation guy will run the agency, the administration will run the team for you. But you won't be all you want to be on the field at the same time, talking to the same people. The problem is both facing because you feel that if people my boss, people go there, I don't know what people going there for. Okay, like I'm hearing the case about the assistant minister and the minister. Yeah, bro. When you head of an agency or a ministry, what are you my assistant? If your job is to deal with the European, I have the right to also talk to them as your boss. You keep me in the loop, so now I always talk to them too. You can't because they give you specific functions, so I can talk to you too. No, but again, they say the whole roll bush, right? A lot of story coming out a few days was that coming up, and how did there will be self destruction will take place. All the secret then I know about you, know about me will come up. Now, one thing I tell somebody, my words, my word. But I say word between us, because in politics, if you cannot be trusted, forget it. People will never push you. When you come in and say, he come here, she come here, they all have that tendency of hiding from you. But be able to be straight, be blunt, tell somebody the fact. Now you're not doing the public, when everybody gone. Tell them and say, look, what you did today was wrong, and I want to express myself to you. But you do it in a respectful manner, the person will understand. And the person gave you a commitment, they give you some in confidence, hold in confidence. I don't care how you made me mad. Keep it together. But when you get mad, you just open and start vomit everything, it come out to bite you. It will bite you big time. So,
Pewee, let me ask you this though. Why the opposition, these kind of damning news, right? They are coming out. Why the opposition, they are not amplifying this kind of, this is a terrible news for the country. That this country is the hungriest country. No, the people can't feed themselves there. People are dying. And I'm not seeing any opposition pick up this to say, this is serious news.
I think the news just came out, but you're right about that. The opposition is not as, and the way the Unity Party pounded. Pounded. I will emphasize the word pounded.
Right thing to do.
And the CDC government, and I thought the CDC herself would have reciprocated in similar kind by even double pounding them. These are
factual. This is not propaganda. This is factual stuff.
Evidently, these are realistic things that's unfolding that you can use on them. For them to use propaganda against you, you can use reality in a propaganda way to give your half facts to the people. For instance, the economic things are tough. The owner himself, July 26, agreed to the reality that the country is tough. Now, the country is under your ring, the people are very hungry. So that is something. I'm surprised. You see, maybe the way we now discuss the CMC will come out with a statement on it tomorrow, and push on this. I didn't see Mr. Nagbe, the policy advisor to this. I know
what's the position? You the president advisor to the CMC USA.
That's correct. That's correct.
The president advisor to the CMC USA.
That's right.
So you the president advisor to the CMC USA here, president advisor to EULA here. That lot tax you got it. I know you almost like very real.
Yeah, it went hard this way. They were.
But
CMC not going anywhere.
There you go. There you go.
Let me say this.
Oh, there you go. There you go. We're going to Kepamas. We're going to Kepamas.
Something had to wake him up.
Yeah, we're going to Kepamas. Go ahead.
The news about all those things unfolding in the country. Listen,
but seriously, though, sorry guys, I gotta go. I'm late for a meeting. I forgot, but I will see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much for being there.
Thank you.
Okay, Sita, you the PR man on this show. You know about public relations. Can you imagine the people give you this kind of news on a silver platter about the opposition, about the person in charge, and nobody pounding on it? This is, can you imagine? Someone just talking about, it was Dr. Peabody just talking about in Liberia, everybody begging for everything. People are hungry.
A lot of people talk about turning purpose. You and many other families have.
It's been validated by an international organization that Liberia is the hungriest country, and nobody says anything. You, the PR man here, what will you do? What should be happening now? I know what to do. You are muted.
Oh, excuse me. I was muted. The opposition is also, they don't know their left from their right. You understand? This is a strategic time to pound on this government based on that report. You understand? Because it is sad, as I stated again, that you have a country that is endowed with millions of hectares of farm land, and yet instead the country cannot feed itself. We don't have an agricultural policy. We don't have a food policy. And as a result, our people are going to bed hungry. We don't have a viable private sector. Everybody is working for the government. The government cannot hardly pay its employees on time. Everybody is begging in the country. It is a shame that we have a government that said it came to rescue the Liberian people from the quote-unquote failed leadership of President George Weah, but yet and still, everything that they talk against is exactly what is happening. What is going on? So the opposition, this is the time they're supposed to stand up. But again, I'm sorry, the opposition is not standing with a united front. You have a new group of people who call themselves CMC that wants to dethrone the government, that will come to do the same thing the government is doing. You have a new group of people that call themselves PAP that want to take their mantra from what's the country in Asia? It's not Singapore, Malaysia. And yet instead they don't know how to articulate their views. And you have other oppositions in the country that are scrambling. They don't even have offices. Some of them, their offices are in their briefcases. So it is a shame.
That's right.
It is a shame that this kind of news, if I was a public relations man for any of the major opposition political party, I'll be circulating all of the major media outlets in Liberia.
Yep. It
and
is
pounding on the government.
Liberia was ranked 120 out of 127, indicating serious level of hunger in the country. Ooh. It is, these reports are here. These are legitimate reports. You can read it out. We are being put in the same category as Somalia and Niger, this is serious stuff. But Honorable, let me go to Tomalin. Let's go back to the foreign ministry here. I listened to the foreign minister, and in one of her interviews, she told that Ms. Rashid, that her name, said she was more interested in taking credit, basically grandstanding when she go to these. Do you think that the foreign ministry or the foreign minister feel intimidated standing by a woman who everywhere both of them go? Obviously, she's a very attractive young lady. She definitely people gravitate towards her. Why will you say she wants to take credit?
Oh no, what do you want?
Well, maybe that the Donald Trump scenario where he put Ted Cruz wife and his wife together, and he told the public, the American people, you'll be the judge. Maybe that the same scenario playing out, and somebody else feel intimidated.
But the thing is that, Mr. Gayman, look, I don't know, but when people give these guys, especially the Minister of Foreign Affairs, there should be some orientation, because not because they give you a job, everybody can know the rules, the function. Because that ministry is a very strategic administration in any government, okay? And when you got the different minister for integration, you got people know the structure. You got different structure in that ministry, and honest with you, those who people serve the former foreign minister, they had a good rapport because the guy knew who he was dealing with, and not because he's on the platform. That's somebody you want. I mean, I talk to the man every day. I know the man. I know his worth. Somebody who you want. You want to make a case. You put in there to make the case for you. He's somebody who, if you have a meeting on next week or tomorrow, you got everything done already. Everything already be done. You all set. Everything set already. You see, and you know your limits. You know your function. But again, what are the people? Everybody was new to the ministry. All the people they put there are all new people. I know Omer Wallace, so I know what he have been said because he got given us only pep or tutoring. So well, most
of them they're old. The current deputy for
even the guy there said the guy's a veteran. Robert Lomia, I saw Lomia should be
Lomia is there. Veteran. Duet Gray is there.
So people should that Duet Gray resign.
Not that I know. The last time I spoke to Minister Gray when she came for the funeral of the 14th Minister of State here in the U.S. We didn't talk about her job. Normally, she's one person that I do respect from the time I served in the ministry. So normally I talk to her as a mother and son discussion. We didn't actually talk about her. I want to ask her how she was faring. She said good and other things. But well, I know that she stayed. I've been hearing also that she been considered for the ECOWAS job. And my source also is informing me that one of the former ambassadors, I don't want to call her name now, football thing that they need for the team, right? But one of the former ambassadors served in Germany and South Africa, the person is tipped to be the next deputy minister of foreign affairs.
Wow.
Well, Chief Pewee, Ambassador Pewee, I see from the comment of the minister proper that this young woman wants to take credit, and when we were going into this event, when this woman credential issues came out, we knew that it was going to become a problem. This young woman that she's battling, if you look at her resume, she got a crack credential. She's very credentialed, very capable. So when the minister proper says all she wants to do in her letter or memo to the president was that she's more interested in taking credit. To me, it sounds like somebody who is intimidated by their junior comrade, and she doesn't want her there. Because I mean that sentence alone shows that, listen, this woman wants all the glory when she gets into the office, and I don't want her around. She doesn't want anybody that will overshadow her.
Oh yes, I want to share that thought process, Gayman. A lot of things been unfolding inside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs itself. I'm also informed that this minister and the assistant minister for public affairs also don't come along well. The system is of public affairs. You can recall during certain hearing, Senator Snow even blasted the assistant minister that she was not respecting her boss. And I think, yeah, he did blast her on that. And so there's this issue about that also. But what the assistant minister, Charisma, said about the entire saga, if one will want to dip into it carefully, I sincerely believe she felt isolated and she didn't control her temper. But I don't know if she was that, if she that connected, if you will, not if she was, but she that connected in the system, why she didn't use that kind of a soft diplomacy. And I will deplore the soft diplomacy strategy instead of going deploying hard diplomacy. Because soft diplomacy will be behind the scenes negotiation and conferring with those that that can shift power, that can change the course of decision-making issue in the ministry or around the presidency, if you will. So that would have been the tactics deployed by me if in my shoe or so. But probably maybe she did that and still things weren't changing. And if you are the assistant minister in those kind of area and you've been sidelined, Juru is painful. It's very painful, basically, where you function in a capacity that you exercising your functions depend on your boss giving you the leverage to do that, or sometimes your boss can just take all of your responsibility and assign it to someone to perform something she alleged. Sometimes what it does is that they got the proclivity of setting the stage for frustration. Female, when they are frustrated, sometimes they result into those kind of unorthodox way of engaging in those situations. So I believe that may have given room to her a bust on the minister of the world and the rest of that. But meanwhile, the entire situation of holding the ministry, you get to understand here that even the assistant minister for public affairs also always there was a time always accusing the minister also of not allowing her to go on trips or pushing other people to go on trips that she should be on. So there's this situation that listen, I wouldn't be surprised if this minister is not on the job for the next 6 months.
Yeah, because she has created a lot of animosity.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
I think the minister still enjoys the president's confidence now.
But listen, Tomalin, all the young, brilliant minds that are surrounding this woman, and she's not using them, and she sees them as a threat. Then she's doing herself a disservice, because the future belongs to the young folks. For you to go back and bring another deputy minister or assistant minister that been in the system for 40 years and relegating the young future to something else. That's
because what I'm also sensing.
I think she feels intimidated.
The current deputy minister of foreign affairs, Councillor Dewey Gray. She's one person that's been in the ministry for many years. She's went in our ministry as kid there. She went from the protocol section and other things. She served 2 times as deputy minister for legal, Honor Madam Salif and Honor Mr. Myean. All through that, she was the deputy minister for legal affairs at the ministry. Very, very level-headed, very rounded, educated Liberian woman. She's a councillor at law, extremely competent and qualified, right? Dewey Gray departure, I haven't spoken to her on those things, but since I left the ministry, but what I sense, her departure from that ministry is also coming from the current Minister of Foreign Affairs. That she can, I believe that she cannot, she needs to know. Because there's no need of having people like Dewey Gray that is very good in terms of doing those, in terms of citation doing, she understands it very well. In terms of drafting legal diplomatic notes, she's there. That woman will sit in her office behind her desk and put major issues together that you see, you'll be very pleased. She worked with Bezonga Finish, she worked with Kimia and all those things. She's very good. Now, at the United Nations Off-Think Time, at this time coming out, she will have to come and do most of those legal drafting and other things. She's very good in doing communication and other major things. Why will you have Madam Gray serving in that capacity as deputy minister, you trying to remove, saying it's going to send her to ECOWAS. She's very useful in our area. That's a critical position that we need an extraordinary, smart, grounded, well taught public servant and a career diplomat. She served in the ministry for a very protracted period of time. She was in and out of the ministry. Why would Councillor Gray be leaving at this junction to a position that is not as significant as compared to the role she played today? The role she played is very important because I want to believe she's not getting along effectively with that minister. She may have asked the president, and the reason why they cannot let Duet Gray to go completely because these are people that the late minister Grace Bay recommended for appointment. So I think the president respect the friendship, and that's one of the reasons they're trying to see this in place or to place the ECOWAS. So there's a lot of things, and when the ministry is that way, nothing is happening in the ministry. Have you seen any major change in terms of investment, in terms of some diplomatic engagement? Ever since she came to the ministry, nothing. Like for past time, you saw major money was given during the Weah administration. The renovated ministry you see today, that's a $2.5 million came from the Saudi government. The part of the renovation you see today also, another $2 million came from the Moroccan government. There were a lot of money came in from monies that came in for other major developmental initiatives. There was this contract that was signed today, the grant that the president broke last week, about the pass overhead bridge, if you will. Those it was first agreed with should have been $54 million, but there was some amendment made because they reduced other stuff of the extension of it. They came out to $42 million to do the two pass over bridges, if you will. That's going to change the shape of our modern infrastructure design in that part of the city. That is also good. It was negotiated at that time. Now listen. Economic diplomacy is the hallmark of a very smart, talented Minister of Foreign Affairs. You engage, you do what we call economic and shuttle diplomacy. You sheltering and at the same time interspersing that with economic initiative. So that's the nature of effective diplomacy, effective public diplomacy. That's why the Minister of Foreign Affairs role is to engage your counterparts, so that you bring to bear your new richer country that we have a bilateral relationship with, that they will come and do one of the today. The Ministry of Foreign or the Assistant Minister Ryan brand new cars. Those cars were given during Minister Myean administration. It was the engagement from Minister Myean to his Korean counterparts. The Korean government gave those brand new vehicles. Those brand new vehicles. Those vehicles were packed. Myean didn't he? When we were there, Myean said that those cars were packed until when we are winning the election, we'll come back and we'll give it to those new people that will be appointed. Unfortunately, we didn't win the elections. That was another. Maybe you knew you would give it to other citizens and then we'll be the first to ride. So that has something up. That's what we call diplomacy. Myean renovated our place. Myean brought new vehicles, so they inherited a ministry that had everything set up. But since she came, what have we heard? What came in, Jerome?
Here's the problem. The problem is on her resume, she indicated that she served formally as an assistant UN Secretary General.
That is true.
If I am not wrong. Now, it means that in that role, when she was Assistant UN Secretary General, she met with countless foreign dignitaries from around the world in international peace building and international diplomacy. If she has that credentials, why can she leverage it to do what you just indicated, economic diplomacy?
She don't have it, man. She's been there almost 2 years. She don't have it.
And you understand? So what does that tell you?
She don't have it.
It tells you that it tells you that she has nothing to offer.
I'm not cutting your chief. Even here in DC, she doesn't have. Can I get your wife? I mean, nothing.
Look, you see, Liberia.
First of all, everything the woman had on her resume turned out to be lie.
Okay,
she didn't graduate from Cottington. She didn't get a bachelor's degree. She didn't get a master's degree. She didn't get a PhD. Everything she got was basically honorary, and we found out that it was complete lie. That's why people are looking at her and saying, yeah, that this man got a lot of grandchildren, a great woman. So all the young, brilliant women and men that have put in the work and earned the stripes to sit there, and a woman who was appointed because she's connected, and then she doesn't want them to use their skills that they acquire. It's painful, like Honorable Pewee said, it's very painful.
Okay? Where is she connected?
Nowhere. just like her boss.
No, let me just say this. You see, Liberia is a developing country. It's a low-income country. That is the reason why in this country like Liberia, around the sub-region and other parts of the world, government puts people in strategic positions, people who can make some leverages in those positions. You just don't get up and put somebody and make them foreign minister when that person cannot even pick up the phone and call the British Foreign Secretary for the British Foreign Secretary to call that. Oh, hi, Sarah. What can I do for you? You understand what I'm saying? You must appoint people into positions that have international leverage and international contacts, that how aid and other international instruments flow to your country. You must appoint people with leverages. Sarah Bester Nyanti, yes, she's Foreign Minister of Liberia. But the question is, can she pick up the telephone and call another foreign minister in another country for the person to call her name and say, "Oh, Sarah, how you doing? What is going on in Liberia? What can my country do for you?"
She'll be your counterpart in America.
You see, that's what I'm saying. No,
Listen,
this relationship over
the woman went to Ghana and brought scholarship, man. What are you talking
about? Scholarship, the child scholarship that turned out to be a fiasco. What are you talking about? When we're talking about a foreign minister, like what people just said. Kumuya, he negotiated with a Korean counterpart. You saw what came in for the country. He negotiated with his Saudi counterpart. You saw what came into the country. He negotiated with Moroccan counterpart. You saw what came into the country. Why are you foreign minister for? Oh, do you know what? To go to these international conferences and you don't want anybody to follow you because you alone want to put down.
No,
that's
no.
See, wait. All the time, all your official government is to visa. They get making them come in America. You're talking about.
Well. Our relationship with America has nothing to do with our relationship. Our relationship with America has nothing to do with
Don't even go there.
That visa will eat.
No, but listen,
that's your connection.
Most of the people got green card anyway.
As most of those people, they're giving them 3 months now. You know, they're giving them 3 months visa.
Well, because of her.
No, they're giving them 3. No, it was always 1 year. No,
it was always a year. It was not.
They will not come in America. When a lot of people when they came America,
all the boys they come in the position.
When Latifa came America.
Who?
What?
Tifa. When I came here.
Who? Tifa.
Oh, Tifa came in last time, but 4 times.
When?
Tomafala came.
There were a lot of generals. Time that he came to him as I took picture before at the permanent mission. Several times.
But listen.
Stop that, man. He been coming.
Tomalin.
Look, Madam Yanti have delivered.
He delivered what?
She has delivered.
What?
Okay, she has delivered.
What?
Since she became foreign minister, what about bilateral agreement Liberia has ever signed with any country?
That Security Council still you won. The stage was already set by Kenya administration.
Yeah, Kenya
set by Kenya administration.
Listen.
It was set by Kenya administration, and how you want. Let me say this to you. Listen. You need a minister of foreign affairs that is bold, that got the negotiating skill, and listen, give that to Kenya.
Oh yeah,
the only shortcoming Kenya had, he didn't penetrate Washington a lot. That was the only time he didn't have sufficient time to do that.
And a suit.
right? But Myean was very skillful in terms of pulling things out. He will get into this issue. He will get some deliverables. He will get deliverables out. He will get things out. He had those nine that he could mash
just came from Singapore, Hong Kong. She was in the
yeah, she went to China too. She went to Japan for a while.
Did she sign any bilateral agreement on behalf of the
wait
government?
and see next year.
Next year, when next year comes, then we'll wait and see the following year. We'll keep waiting and see until 2029 will come.
Tomalin, this is very unfair to the public, and you study on and you acting about that you indirectly defending, and then you go outside and
devil's advocate.
You don't now. You say wait and see what. So tell her what she done. It's unfair.
Most of the business most of the conference Bagabi attending that she be on Babaga side. You think I Bagabi succeeding?
But what you expect from me to be on the president trial? Behind him.
Her guidance.
Tell me that your
minister is always
understand.
should be on the advanced team that will come and prepare the ground for the president to attend. But what is the fruits of those meetings?
Why are they assembly? Why's the breakthrough here? Why's the breakthrough at the assembly?
So what we expect?
Why's the breakthrough?
Somebody signing there, one of those preachers. You're gonna have your breakthrough today. You do your plant your seed. You will have a breakthrough. So the breakthrough. Gentlemen, after 9, let's wrap it up. Sito, I know you got your grandchildren there. Wrap it up quick for me.
Well, thank you, folks. I'm happy to always be on the show. We had a great interaction. Many times you will not see me because my schedule is getting a little bit tighter than now the semester has begun. But I will always try to come in when I have time so that we can discuss those trending issues that affect our country. Look, people, by us sitting on this platform and, giving our own views with respect to what is obtaining in Liberia does not necessarily mean that we are against anybody for that matter. What we want is for Liberia to progress. We want for Liberia to move forward. And no Liberian is more Liberian than another Liberian. If we have a government that is not performing, we will say it. We will say it so that the government can look at that and take some corrective measures. So I want to say thank you, and I look forward to seeing you guys again.
Honorable Pewee, I tell you one thing. Honorable Myean is a smart man. He pick up, he's a quick learner. That suit he came to the General Assembly.
I love that suit, though. I love that suit.
Intentional. He didn't know. You're not smart, boss man. He didn't bring the suit to the General Assembly. He wore that suit during we inauguration.
Yeah, that was a nice suit, though. I love that suit.
I think that suit came from Perry Ellis. I mean, that top of the line. Honorable Pewee?
No, we don't. The last suit came from North Carolina. Yeah, he said. But yeah, but on a serious note, I don't know. I listen to my brother Tomalin trying to say that things happening, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs will have to be very proactive to get our country. Listen, the country is backward. The country needs help. You need someone that got the contact and the rapprochement to deliver that. We need a minister that is proactive, that is not only always in the air, but in the air for meaningful reasons, for reasons that will give some productive
and not afraid of working with her subordinates.
Yes, and that will empower, and that's one of the reasons why the Minister of Foreign Affairs will have to enable her or his assistants, if you will. One of the important aspects of that office, and it's a critical thing. They got 9 assistant ministers in that bidding.
Wow.
9 assistant ministers. You have the assistant minister for legal. The first, if you're doing the ring, the assistant minister for foreign affairs, assistant minister for Afro-Asian affairs, assistant minister for legal affairs, assistant minister for international cooperation, assistant minister for international organization, assistant minister for public affairs, assistant minister for Afro-Asian affairs, assistant minister for European affairs, assistant minister for American, more than 9 assistant minister for American affairs. And then there's
I saw confusion there. I see what
it's about 10 Okay, I think 11. Let me go back. Foreign affairs, European affairs, American affairs, Afro-Asian affairs, international cooperation, international organization, public affairs, legal.
Closing comment.
Legal. Yeah, legal. So 9 and I call public affairs. Then then you go down to the special assistant to the minister who will make it at least 10 assistant minister, because it's a special assistant to the minister. So it's a ministry that is totally engaged. It got a lot of job to be done. And I think the ministry got 5 deputy ministers. I think 5. Then we have other that will carry deputy minister ranking will be more, because we have the deputy minister for foreign affairs, we have international cooperation, administration, legal. So that 4 legal, that 4 deputy minister. Then we have other rankings. The inspector general is a deputy minister ranking. The director general of the FSI is a deputy minister ranking. All those things. So the ministry is a very huge ministry with a lot of different kind of a responsibility that should be performed. So we need a minister that will set the basis for the function of that body to be uninterrupted and allow other talents to move through the system. So that's just it.
Well, let's pray for Liberia. Wish the president delegation a successful UN General Assembly gathering. The president, I know he will be engaged with Liberians at the diaspora conference. While we're on the show, they just getting our credentials to attend that conference, so we will be there. We'll be engaged in that conference too. But look, all in all, President Boga got a cabinet together, and if he finds out that certain people are performing, is his prerogative to reshuffle, put people where they belong. It's up to him, because if the cabinet is not working together, if not performing, then the blame goes on him. So it's up to him. But I believe that Liberia we will get serious about the country. The election will be very serious. Tell you, those who are not taking part in the election will be part of the election that coming. Whoever be involved. So we imagine the CMC having their big gathering in America on September 27, and the ANC follow in October in Georgia. So
when the diaspora conference?
It's in Washington, D.C.
When?
I think it's the end of this month.
Is it 27?
When President Pewee in the assembly, when he deliver his speech, then you attend it. You attend it, yeah. The last thing you do before you leave. So we'll see what happens, and we'll push the interview the president while we were there. We'll push it. They can't stop us. We'll push it. If they refuse, then we'll have a problem. Because we'll push it. We'll make sure we gotta say that with him too. That's our president, right? But look. On the other side, I heard that Liberia defeated Mali, Malawi beat us.
I was following yesterday, Liberia in the lead 2-0.
Then I heard they say they drew Malawi.
Jesus.
And then today too, I think another country too. I think Senegal. They put British
Senegal flog DR Congo. The men
Senegal 2-0. I heard. So the people got mad. The people are breaking the state on our head.
Yeah.
Another country too were leading Guinea. I think Guinea will play somebody too. Were leading. Man, look, I don't understand, man. How come they got it? What I got playing? The guy who scored Liberia 2 goals. Oeni, Kosia. Oeni is a new player now. A new Liberia top player now. But look, our football got to do something about it, man. You can't be bleeding smile 2-0 and it can't equalize on you. What is that?
You need proper planning and training so the team. If you got a good coach, I can tell you, you put in more midfielder and more attacker.
We'll see tomorrow.
The coach, man, we got a team of the country. It's serious.
Yeah, man.
But you see, the game was South Africa versus Nigeria. Who won the game? Face the electronic. Who won the game? Who won that game?
No, I didn't find out that match.
Okay. Oh, Liberia, okay. Malawi. Who has the game? Is it Malawi and Liberia drew 2-2? Liberia play away, right?
Yeah, Liberia play Malawi.
Oh, and we drew 2-2 there? I remember.
But what we Malawi 2-0.
Look at that. 2-0?
2-0.
Man. I remember doing my demo I was coaching. On lead 2-0 in away game. second half, we resort to defensive midfield.
Yeah, defensive
midfield. The
midfield.
midfield will defend us. You know, part of the midfield, they're only the number 9, keeping on top. But the number 6, the 8, the 10, they all be in the midfield there.
I cried defensive midfield.
Yeah, you keep them at bay. But you need to you can't let draw you. Man, so I don't know what I strategy, but it mess up, man. Oh man, I wish I was still playing soccer, man. I wish I not retire. Oh God, in my country. Okay, so man, so how the code going, yeah?
Yeah, trying to Sunday as a present, man. I'm going to take some more danger against Sunday up so that we can be.
Yeah, he's sounding good. Oh, so I got Bihu. Who the be Nigeria? Oh,
so I got be Nigeria.
Bafana. Be Nigeria 1-0 according to Abraham Blessing. Oh, what? Is this somebody beat Cameroon? Oh, so Africa 1, Nigeria 1. Okay. But how about Cameroon game? Somebody beat Nigeria. Say what's more going to beat Nigeria? Cape Verde beat Nigeria. Cameroon.
Somebody saying yes, so Africa beat 1-0 again.
Man, you get reassured, man. What are you talking so, man? Why are you confusing me for, man? Abraham Blessing, you confusing me. Yeah. Who won the game with Cameroon and Cape Verde? Yeah, man, I swear to God. So Africa 1, Nigeria 1. But how about the Cape Verde and Cameroon game? Who won? And then Democratic Republic, Congo, and Senegal. Man, y'all got me weak. Oh man. So you don't get to school. Oh, Peter, what else? That machine they give for your nose? They give machine for your nose? Again. The poor got a school, man. I'm gonna check the school. They got the schools.
I got a school here now. I got a school now. I'm going to ask Google.
Yeah, be giving the school, yeah.
It's Angola 3, Mauritius 1.
Wow.
Gambia 2, Burundi 0.
Look at
that. Benin 4, Lesotho 0.
Look at
that. Benin 4, Lesotho 0. Sao Tome and Principe, that will be tomorrow. That'll be coming up tomorrow. Okay, that will be the next phase. And the other.
So who won a game of Cape Verde and Cameroon?
I come in.
And Senegal and DRC.
I come in. You say Cape Verde and what?
And Cameroon.
I come in.
Oh, Senegal beat DR and are leading Senegal 2-0. I swear they put break the stadium now for. They're crazy. Cabidino Mango was the best player on the grass. Cabidino Mayango. Wow.
Yes, sir.
You got a result too? You say you're looking for it?
No, yeah, I called on the result going.
The Senegal and Democratic Republic, who won?
Senegal game. They flogged the DRC.
They 2-0. I swear they put breaking the studio now
for. Senegal and Democratic Republic of Congo match results. Yeah, the DRC Senegal defeated DR Congo 3-2.
What? You were behind.
Yeah, 3-2.
How about Cape Verde?
September in 2026 World Cup qualifier.
How about Cape Verde Cameroon? Cape Verde come go to the World Cup. Oh.
Cameroon and Cape Verde match today World Cup qualifier. What is that?
Oh, Cape Verde beat
Cameroon versus Cape Verde World Cup qualifier today. Yes, Cape Verde.
What?
beat Cameroon at the 8th, which was a 2026 World Cup qualifier. For the result, I'm
I hear you say Cape Verde beat Cameroon. What? Okay. These are countries.
Cape Verde won 1-0.
Look at that. Then bro, now improving. These are countries also beating all. They're beating big country like Cameroon now.
Cape Verde won 1-0.
Okay, man, like bro, we're not improving, man. There you go. Not improving.
I don't know who won Ghana game. Who won Ghana Blaster game a World Cup qualifier today? I know today or yesterday. I think Ghana may have.
Wow. It's a disgrace.
Yeah. Eh?
I met tomorrow.
Yeah.